is shaking his head, obviously saying to Bramble, well, I didn't think I got a touch onto that. Must have clipped something on the way through, because the way the fieldsman got on, could have just clipped the pad on the way through. Yeah, he's looking to sweep again and does make contact, but straight to Motie at that short, fine leg. So already we've had drama early this morning with just the second delivery. Again, they seem to be targeting this line just outside the leg stump and looking for Ward to sweep. Now he's obliging, because he's swept at every delivery thus far, except the first one when he just played down in front of him. There we go again, and this time he's nearly, they're obviously looking for the top edge from Ward, and he's sweeping. He did get the top edge, but it went bounced in front of Motie. But Ward is taking on the challenge, because there's that short fine leg and there's a man right back out on the deep backward square leg fence. He's also pretty fine. Here they're going to run a single. Cornwall trots up to the striker's end, and they get the single comfortably in the end. So one run off the final delivery of the over. Ward goes to 47, and it's the Leeward Islands are now 367 for 5, a lead of 241. Let me say good morning to John Ramsing. John, you slept well last night, I take it? You couldn't do very much, could you?
Good morning, Colin. No, it was part of history. I understand. As the first time there was an island-wide blackout here in Trinidad, but I did sleep.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. You got some rest. There was nothing to do. I know you had plans, but those plans were cut short by the Trinidad Electricity Commission.
Yeah, so I mean, I was not limited. I was not the only one. Everyone suffered the same fate.
That's right.
Yeah.
I went out and couldn't. Of course, you couldn't heat up food. You couldn't cook food. So I was looking for something to eat on the way home, and most of the places that were open, the lines were from here to Georgetown. Ooh. So I decided, eventually I got somewhere and I got something. At least I put something in the stomach that kept me going.
Yeah.
But it was really, and then the groceries were all closing by 7 o'clock. I thought normally groceries close like 8. But by 6:30 they were kind of locking up the doors already.
Yeah.
And officially closing by 7. So it was a tough day yesterday.
Yeah.
11 and a half hours, basically, without electricity. In my case, 11 and a half. Some cases, some were 9, some were 12. So it was a tough day yesterday. So not only the Guyana Harpy Eagles had a tough day, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago had a tough day as well. Here is Motie starting his spell from the Willie Rodriguez end. And Ward is playing a delivery just short outside that off stump, guiding it down to the square point position to pick up a single. So Ward goes up by 1 to 48, total on to 368 for 5.
Yeah, good to see that not only we have electricity back, but good to see that the players are out and enjoying themselves at the moment. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes really in control of this game. And with Cornwall there, the test player, we know that he can give it a whack as well. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will have their work cut out again on day number 3. It's a very flat track, perfect for batting.
What do you think what do you think will be the tactics of the Hurricanes? I know you left your crystal ball in Guyana, but I heard you were looking for one here, so I don't know if you found it. So let me find out what your thoughts are on the tactics of the Hurricanes as we go into this morning, the third morning. 369 for 5.
They should just look to bat once. They already have a sizable lead, gone past 250 already. So they just want to bat once, bat as long as possible today to extend this lead.
Would you bat after, if they still have wickets intact? What are you looking at in terms of how long do you think they should go for?
So at 254 runs to be exact, this lead, they will want a psychological 300 plus. So if it takes them up to lunch to get that 300, they could perhaps do maybe a half hour after lunch, maybe an hour after lunch, give themselves a day and a session and a half to bowl at the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Here is another single for Ward. He goes to 49. Total on to 370 for 5.
So the
at
first
the
thing
end of the over.
the first thing they would look to do is to get past that 300-run mark in terms of a lead on first innings.
So you, if you were in the Hurricanes dressing room, you would be contented with a lead of 350.
Yeah, I would love to have 350, but you also need to look at time as well.
Yeah.
It's a flat track. I don't think, I'm going to say that again, I don't think the Harpy Eagles will bat the same way they did in the first innings.
Well, let's hope not.
In their second innings.
If they do, John, we'll be going home early today.
Very early.
You can book your flight. But no, I agree with you. I don't think they're going to bat as badly, as they did in the first innings. It's almost impossible to think that they're going to be that bad.
Right.
So, I'm hoping they put up a fight. Winning the game now is out of the question.
Yeah.
They needed to bowl the Hurricanes out sometime yesterday afternoon if they were thinking of winning this game, going into the last day and hoping that the Hurricanes would have had, not much of a lead. When I say not much, maybe a lead of about 100, 120. But obviously that was, once Hodge, Powell, and Thomas did what they had to do, because at one stage they were 237 for 1. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and the Guyana team picked up some quick wickets. They got Thomas, Hodge, and James for the addition of 20 runs. They picked up 3 wickets, but unfortunately a good partnership between Hamilton and Ward sort of stemmed the fall of wickets.
Yeah.
And Ward is batting good. He didn't get very many in the first game against the Pride.
He had 6 and 12.
Yeah. So he was. So this represents a good knock for him. And Permaul is going to continue in nice sunny conditions here. Again, we see that line. Maybe they've done some homework on Ward and thinks that he's a happy sweeper because he's just sweeping at everything. But in fairness to him, Permaul is lining the ball just outside the leg stump. Now, there's no slip in place. This man has gone to leg gully. I'm not sure about these tactics. Runs here for Ward is if he's just going to settle for the single. So that's his 50. So 50 from 145 deliveries. Terence Ward, excellent knock from him.
Yeah, that's his 5th half century at the first class level, and bringing it up at a time when the conditions are good for batting, and batting based on what a team has asked him to do, just to be there to pile on the runs, and he has done so. 85 runs with his captain for the 5th wicket. Batting late last night with Cornwall. Now he's back and continuing from where he left off. A nice partnership, very busy, and the tactic employed by the Harpy Eagles down the leg side, I'm not sure, like you said, about that tactic. The pitch is not offering anything. I guess they're trying to create something, but just not working for them so far.
I would put the ball in front of him and let him go for his shots. Look, there is Cornwall having a swing at it. An appeal goes up for a stumping. Not out, says umpire Duguid. But again, Bramble seems very disturbed by that decision. He had the leg bail off in a flash, but Cornwall was looking to give himself some room and had a tremendous swing at it. Didn't make contact, and Bramble thinks that his back leg was out of the crease. Cornwall is now showing where, in fact, his back leg, his right leg, was grounded. So, who do you believe? Umpire Duguid, Bramble, or Cornwall?
I guess the man of the moment would have been umpire Duguid.
That's right. And Cornwall again swinging at Cornwall is making his intentions quite clear. He is not going to stick around. It's either he gets Permaul or Permaul gets him. Because that was another huge swing and a miss. The ball did have a little bit more bounce, I thought, from Permaul and some turn. This time Cornwall. Love how Cornwall takes his runs. Just jogs, not even briskly, just jogs as if you're a Sunday morning stroll.
He conserves his energy, you know.
That's for sure.
Yes.
I
looked at him taking a double yesterday. He was just on the line, and just in front of the line and gone.
Yeah, he's. I don't know. I'm going to say something after this delivery. Is Ward again sweeping? Doesn't make contact. It's the end of the over from Permaul. I've been told that. It's not a a situation with Cornwall, and I'm saying this just off the top of my head. It's a situation where he doesn't overeat, so to speak, but he's got a metabolism problem, and that it's difficult for him to lose the weight. Well, he's a talented cricketer, though.
He is. And, you know, he does the hard work. He's been bowling lots of overs, been tying up one end for the Leeward Islands over the years. So no doubt about his ability as an off-spinner as well. And he's been proving himself as a batsman. Yeah. So when you look at his stats, forget about looking at his build, look at his stats. He's been putting in the works over the years.
He swings at this. Does he make good connection? It's going straight into the hands of Hetmyer, and he's gone. So there was Cornwall making his intentions very, very clear from the previous over. This time he went after Motie, and Hetmyer, who is at long on, took a very simple catch. It went straight to him. He didn't have to move left. He didn't move right. If he had gone backwards, it would have touched the rope. But he just stood there, and he judged it perfectly into his hands, and it's the end of Cornwall. He goes for 15. Caught Hetmyer, bowled Motie. That's Motie's third wicket now. It's 372 for 6.
Since yesterday afternoon, just before stumps, I was looking at the way Cornwall was batting, trying to be very conservative, batting for stumps, trying to preserve his wicket to come back on day 3. But he was tempted on a few occasions, and I know he could not resist that temptation this morning. And the Guyana Harp Eagles, they've set the field strategically for the big shots from Cornwall. They know he's capable, but they know also your strength can also be your weakness. So that's exactly what happened this morning. Cornwall looking for the big shot. Motie hitting the right line and length this morning from the media center end, and he got the rewards. So it's a good wicket, you would say, quite early for the Harp Eagles. But they need to get rid of the rest of the batting if they want to come back into this game, because at the moment, 250 plus, staring them down. They need to get these wickets out and bat for a draw at least.
Yeah, that's right. 256 now, the lead, as the new batsman, the left-hander. Is that Colin Archibald? Seems to be Colin Archibald. Yeah, Colin Archibald Jr., as he's listed in the team sheet. See some pressure now being applied to Archibald because there is a leg slip going in. So a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. So Motie trying to get a wicket here, or another wicket, I should say. And immediately Archibald is off and running as that ball was played, ran off the face of the bat and just went behind him, more to a backward point, and they were able to pick up that single. Of course, Archibald not known for his ability with the bat. Got 3-0 against the Pride. It's Ward sweeping. Really favors that shot. And trotting around to it there was Pestano, all looking to see maybe tempting the batsman to go back for a second. Ward was interested, but Archibald was not. That's the kind of backyard cricket you play. Remember, sometimes you have a wicketkeeper and the ball beats the bat and the wicketkeeper turns around as if to indicate the ball has gone past him as well. Next thing, the non-striker is calling for the run, and suddenly the wicketkeeper turns around with the ball. Sure, that hasn't happened. There's a big shot from Archibald. He's going to get a boundary. Not well lined by Motie, as it was just pitching somewhere around leg stump, just outside leg, and gave Archibald the ability or the the freedom in which to swing his bat, and he connected nicely and hit it to the left of the man at deep mid-wicket. That's a good shot, but a bad ball. Here he goes again, and in the air, but away from the man down at that Hemraj, who is at that deep mid-wicket. It went to his left, couldn't get around in time, and Archibald picks up another 4. So, having made just 3 in the first 2 innings, after 3 balls, he's now on 9. Well.
Colin, you mentioned he's not known more for his batting, but look at his stats. He has a first-class half-century against the Pride. That was down at Warner Park before COVID-19 stopped cricket in 2020. So, with that half-century under his belt, just his 5th first-class match, and
you think he's capable?
Already with a few shots he has played, he has some ability.
Okay, John, I'm going to go with you. That final delivery is forward in defense. Looks capable of in playing that shot. So 384 for 6. The man who has some ability is on 11 not out from 4 deliveries. And Terence Ward, who's batted well, he's on 51. His 5th first-class century. Half century. Maybe I'm predicting that he's going to go on to 100. But he really hasn't looked troubled. And the Guyana attack, the spinners, they're seeming want to concentrate on that delivery outside the line of the leg stump, tempting him to sweep. Maybe hoping that gets a top edge and puts it straight into the hands of the man at that deep backward square leg position. So Permaul is going to continue. None for 77 from here he goes again, and he's sweeping. I'm not too sure, about this tactic here. I would much prefer Permaul to bowl maybe middle and leg, spinning the ball away from the right-hander, and let him sweep from maybe middle and leg. But you're giving him a free hit outside the line of the leg stump, and hoping, basically, that's what you're doing. You're hoping that when he sweeps, he either hits it in the air or he top edges. But I'm not too sure I am an admirer of that tactic. I would much prefer to attack Ward on the stumps, set the field to suit, maybe have the protection at long off, and then have the man at that deep backward square position looking for... Because if he's a compulsive sweeper and you pitch that ball middle and leg turning away from him, who knows? He may very well look to sweep that, and but when you give him a free hit outside the line of the leg stump, then you're really not creating problems for him. This is Archibald. Back, so he's going to get a single. He's got to hurry though. Well, Pestano is a little slow, getting to his right. Was thinking first of throwing to the stumps and realized that the batsmen were already home. Archibald is on to 12 from just 5 deliveries. 386 now for 6. They lead 270. So here we're going to go again to Ward with this persistent attack outside the line of the leg stump. That's better. Certainly more on middle stump. Not much turn. Pushed through by Permaul. I would have given it some air, middle and leg. Let's see what he does. That's a little better, but again, it's outside the line of the leg stump. Makes no sense. So Ward sweeps down to the deep backward square position, and they get a comfortable single. So if you're going to pitch it, and Ward is waiting on it now. He's waiting for that delivery that is tossed up outside the line of the leg stump. And all he's doing is just helping it on its way down to the deep backward square position. Very strange tactics, but then I'm not in the field. There's Archibald swinging this one, doesn't make contact. Hits him on the pad, goes straight back up along the track. But Permaul appealing. So Archibald is making his intentions clear. And obviously, I would think after Cornwall, the management of the team, Stuart Williams, the head coach, would have probably said, listen, go out and attack. Here is Archibald coming down the track. He swings this over the head of long on, and that's 6 runs. Well, not even an attempt there. Who is that? Is that Motie down there? Motie is the man there. Now he moved to his left, and he just looked at that ball going over his head, and I don't think that was too far over his head. Well, maybe you needed a taller man there in that position, maybe a Pestano or someone like that. But I thought that was a little... Permaul may not have been too happy with that effort from Motie, but it goes into the book as 6 runs. So Archibald, 18 now from 7 deliveries. Ward is on 53 from 150. But it's quite obvious the intentions are very, very clear from the Leeward Islands Hurricane batsmen. They're going to go after Permaul and Motie, and they're going to take chance it. Lead going up close now to 280. Just 3 runs away from a 280 lead. It's been an excellent performance. This is a team who were beaten by the Barbados Pride, and I would have thought that the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have been licking their lips and saying, well, maybe another victory for us. But it has not turned out that way. Here's Ward swinging at this delivery. There's nobody at the deep backward square, and he's going to get 6 runs. That's a good shot. It was a delivery from Motie, just angled into the right-hander, and he just swung it, was pivoting and hit it high and hard down over the deep mid-wicket. There's no one down there. Now we see a change in the field. So the tactics for the Harpy Eagles have got to change slightly. They've been attacking with that man at Silly Point. He's now moved out to mid-wicket. So he would be very happy, Paul, the safety of fielding at mid-wicket rather than at Silly Point. And Singh, who was at mid-wicket, he's gone all the way back to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So the boundary is now well protected. That's a good shot from Ward. Excellent shot. He waited on that delivery outside the line of the off stump, and then he just opened the face of the bat beautifully, guided it past the slip. That's a wonderful looking shot. But again, not a great delivery from Motie. So he started with one angled into Ward, starting maybe middle and leg, and this one was too far outside the line of the off stump. Motie, 3 for 118 now. He's in his 43rd over. Better delivery, good line, good length. Not giving it much flight. That's another fine delivery. So when he finds his line and his length, it keeps Ward quiet. You've got the protection and the boundary. Give it some air. Maybe off stump. Spin it away from him. That's a good delivery. Ward uses his feet nicely. Giving it some air. And Ward, however, opted not to play from his crease. Used his feet, got to the pitch, and stroked it nicely down to long off. That's a nice, good bit of cricket. Because Motie tempted him. And Ward, even though he came down the track, was always in control of that shot. Got to the pitch, head over the ball, did everything correct, played it on the ground. That's what you want to see. But he's on 64. I'm sure John is going to tell us his highest first class score. Ward. John is a man who has all the facts and figures. Can even tell you when his flight is going back home. 83 is his highest score at first class cricket. So he's just, 19 runs away from that. He would be looking for that milestone firstly, and then obviously he'll be looking for 100. It's the end of the over from Motie. Not a great over. His first 2 deliveries were very innocuous deliveries. One delivery just angled into the right-hander, but starting middle and leg, and it was put away to the deep mid-wicket position by Ward. And then the other delivery was wide of the off stump, and Ward was just cutting it nicely down past the slip position. So the end of the over, it's now 404 for 6. So the 400 was put up in that over with the second of the boundaries when Ward just dabbed it beautifully, a late cut past the slip position into the vacant third man position. And the score went from 399 to 403. And then the single after that with Ward dancing into the bowling of Motie and just pushing it for a single. So the wicketless Veerasamy Permaul is going to continue. He's going to bowl his 39th over. None for 86 thus far. 404 for 6. Well, well. Complete dominance here by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this, the second round game. Ball coming off the edge of the bat, but he's picking up a single, and Archibald got home comfortably in the end. But that was delivery that good line, good length. That's how you want a bowl to Ward. Don't stop giving him these free hits outside the line of the leg stump. Because really and truly, you're just hoping and praying that he mishits one or gets a top edge. Make him play at the deliveries. Put it on middle and leg, spin it across his body. If he likes to sweep and is a compulsive sweeper, he's going to sweep at one of those. And then he's going to get the top edge. But Archibald is back in strike, and I would expect he's going to try to get after Permaul. The field is well spread. There's a long off, there's a long on, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a deep backward square leg. So 4 men out protecting the boundary. So if Archibald is going to go, he's got to find the gap, or he's got to clear the heads of the fieldsmen. And I expect Archibald is going to try to get after Permaul. 5 men on the offside, on the onside, 4 on the off, including that slip. Started to come down the track far too early, and Permaul saw him. Angled the ball into his pads. So Archibald certainly not looking in a defensive mood at all. And he's swinging at this one. It's along the ground, and Hetmyer has to come to his left at mid-wicket. Not a great throw, but they settle for the single. So Archibald taking on the bowlers here this morning. This is the third morning of the game. The lead now up to what? 290. So just 10 runs away from a 300-run lead. Tell you what, the Harpy Eagles, they'll have to do some batting in their second innings. A little too short, so Ward was able to get onto the back foot. But it's a good opportunity for the batsmen of the Harpy Eagles to just bat. They've got no target, and when I say they've got no target, they've just got to go out and bat for a day and whatever amount of time is left in today's play. Should really be no pressure on them. The pitch is in good condition. It doesn't hold any devils. Not much spin, as Archibald is playing that one nicely down to long on. It's not much turn for the spinners. The quick men getting a little bit of movement, but not an alarming bounce here. So it's a good batting track. And I really expect the Harpy Eagles batsmen to come good in the second innings. But I also expected them to come good in the first innings. Ward picks up another single. So it's the end of the over. The end of it, Ward is 67. Archibald, all of a sudden, I'm looking up and he's on 20. 20 from 11 deliveries, so he's motoring along. And it's 409 for 6. And to carry on for the next 25 minutes or so, none other than the man from Georgetown, John Ramsing.
Thank you very much, Colin. And it seems as if the new ball is finally going to be taken, the second new ball. And the first ball that was used, 143 overs old. The spinners not having their way at all. And I think that's what the Harpy Eagles were hoping for, that with an older ball, they could have gotten some amount of success. But just 6 wickets going down with the first ball that was used. 143 overs old. Terence Ward has been there since yesterday afternoon, looking very good, composed as usual. 67, his fifth first-class half-century. Archibald has just joined him and has been playing some very good shots, got some balls, not necessarily to cause any amount of pressure. So he was just freeing his arms and getting the boundaries. He's on 20 from 11 deliveries. And the lead, 293. 293. We're still in the first session on day number 3. So a whole day tomorrow in this game still remaining. Looks as if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will want to bat once. And from what we're seeing, based on the time remaining in this game, and the setup that they have created, it looks as if they will very well just bat one time. 409 for 6, a mammoth first innings total for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We cannot overemphasize the fact that this is a very flat track here at the Queen's Park Oval. Guyana were blown away by the Hurricanes on day number 1. There's 34.5 overs of batting for 116. That seemed a long time ago. Harpy Eagles were in the field all day on day number 2. Quite an eventful day. Day number 2 yesterday. Historic one. I'll tell you why in a moment. First ball with a second new ball from Smith. Niall Smith from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. Caused some amount of discomfort for Terence Ward immediately. It's a very hard surface. So you get some true bounce. And if you bend your back, you will get some exceptional carry. It will be interesting to see who's going to be sharing this second new ball with Niall Smith, because Pestano and Kimo Paul, the other seamers in this Harpy Eagles attack. Down the leg side, nicely taken by Bramble, diving away to his left. Bramble, quite an experienced campaigner for Guyana over the years. So Kimo Paul did not bowl after the first session yesterday, and Pestano bowled within himself, you'd want to say, on day number 2 as well. So it'll be interesting to see which one of the two will be given the opportunity to share this second new ball with Niall Smith. Smith looking for his third wicket. And this one is punched away nicely. And 2 more runs taken easily. I saw yesterday momentarily Kimo Paul, who was acting captain for most of day number 2. He was holding his right shoulder. There he is again. You cannot see him on the monitor, but he's holding his right shoulder. He started yesterday morning bowling and then was not comfortable with the run-up. We had to aboard the field for about 30 minutes while some repair work was being done. When we came back on, Kimo continued in that spell and did not bowl in the second and third sessions at all. But we saw him holding his shoulder and was actually relaying the ball with his left hand. So maybe he's having a little bit of a discomfort of some sort. He was captain for most of the day because Leon Johnson was off of the field. Devon Thomas offered a catch when he was on 13. Off the bowling of Niall Smith, and Johnson, it burst through his hands and hit him on the face, and he was off for observation for the rest of the day. But he's back on the field. He's at first slip. His usual position, you'd want to say. Captain Leon Johnson. So the Harpy Eagles are back to their original starting 11, because most of the day we had substitutes Tevin Imlak and Akshay Prasad on the field. So a good testing over the first with the second new ball coming to an end from Niall Smith. The Leeward Islands continue to bat well, leading by 295. They are 411 for 6, still in their first innings. There are 2 other matches in the round in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. At the region's Mecca, the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Barbados Pride against Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions batted first and got 328 in their first innings. And in reply, the Barbados Pride closed day number 2 on 243 for 2. 243 for 2 with captain Craig Braffett on 137 not out. With him, Raymond Reefer, 55 not out. Still trailing Jamaica Scorpions by 85 runs on first innings. And they have 8 wickets in hand, the Barbados Pride. In the second game, or the other game of the round, Trinidad and Tobago Red forced at home to the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba. Trinidad and Tobago in their first innings, 326. Volcanoes, 98 all out in their first innings, and batting a second time following on, 32 for the loss of 3 overnight. Still trailing by 196. They need 196 to avoid an innings defeat. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they lost their opening game right here at the Queen's Park Oval to the Harpy Eagles. It's Kimo Paul to share the new ball. First ball, Archibald looking to go for an almighty shot. Chance for a run at the non-striker's end. In fact, the striker's end. With Motie picking up that ball at the whitish mid-on area and sending the return. But Archibald and Ward sprinting and completing 2 runs. So Archibald, perhaps with the same intent that Cornwall had when he was at the crease, going for quick runs, while Ward at the other end is just there to lend a hand. Archibald now on to 22. Here's Kimo Paul from the southern end of the ground. This one is pulled away in the gap between that long on and deep mid wicket, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Just 3 fielders on the yawn side, and that was a short ball from Kimo Paul, and it sat up nicely, and Archibald pulled it in the gap. There's a fielder in Brandon Chandapal at that mid wicket on the boundary. Go to Kesh Motie's 3/4 way back to at long on, and Clinton Pestano was at fine leg right back on the boundary, and Archibald picked the gap nicely for 4. Beaten, good comeback delivery from Paul, and that boundary from Archibald is taking the lead past 300 runs. So the Leeward Islands leading now by 301 runs on first innings. Their overall total 417 for 6. And this is in reply to 116 all out made by the Harpy Eagles on day number 1. So the Eagles are getting another day in the sun. And in fairness to them, it's not very hot today. This one is in the air again, over long on. Motie has his hand in the air, but he can only look at it as it goes over his head. And that's another 6 from Colin Archibald Jr. Another short of a length delivery from Kimo Paul. Archibald just opening up his stance and getting good connection with the bat. And the ball traveled over the head of Motie, who's on the long on boundary. First a 4 that was pulled towards mid-wicket, and now a 6. 307 runs, the lead now. The Leeward Islands extending that lead on first innings. The intent seems to be clear for Archibald to go for quick runs. Perhaps a declaration may be in mind, or maybe they're looking to get close to 350, close to 400 lead by a certain time. This one is in the air as well. There's a fielder at cover, but he's going to look at it, sail over his head. That one is over the extra cover region. That's another 6. That's a second 6 in the over. Second consecutive one to be exact. And Kimo Paul being roughed up with the second new ball. But Archibald chancing his arm, going for some big shots. He's now on to 38 from just 16 deliveries. Leeward Islands 429 for 6. Kimo Paul wicketless. This is his 14th over. And the first opportunity he's having with the ball since yesterday in the first session. Drooped shoulders are evident as you look around the field. The other Harpy Eagles fielders. Full delivery outside the off stump from Kimo Paul. And that's the end of an expensive over from Paul. The first on day number 3 for him. He's now conceded 42 runs from just 14 overs. Archibald is on 38. Terence Ward is with him on 69. The Leeward Islands 429 for 6 in their first innings. Lots of activities happening back home in Guyana. There's the Energy Conference and Expo, the Guyana Energy Conference and Expo. Today is day number 3. That is going to wrap up tomorrow at the Guyana Marriott. Charting a sustainable energy future. That's the theme for the Energy Conference this year in Guyana. Guyana Energy Conference and Expo. Had presentations from the President of Ghana, the President of Suriname, and the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, along with our very own President Irfan Ali. Lots of interest being shown in Guyana. Lots of attention in Guyana at the moment. As Smith continues, a loose drive from Ward. Had some football action yesterday at the Leonora Stadium. The Lady Jags beating Dominica 4-0 in the World Cup qualifying campaign match. So 4-0, congratulations to the Lady Jaguars. So while they're having success over there in football in Guyana, the Harpy Eagles not having that same kind of returns. This one is cut away nicely. Bring up a boundary to Terence Ward with an offer from Niall Smith. And there is Terence Ward just opening the face to the bat, driving square of the wicket, went through that backward of point region. There's a field at cover that is sweeping, but he could not come around in time to his left, and that ball sped away into the boundary. 4 more runs to Ward. He's now on to 73, 10 runs away from his best first class knock, and a total of 433 for the loss of 6 wickets. Nice partnership as well. There he goes again, just delaying the shot a little bit and going towards further left of that fielder at Gully in Chairman Hetmyer, down towards the widest third man for another boundary. So Ward having his fair share of boundaries now. That ball was just wide of the off stump and he just guided it down to that third man region. Chairman Hetmyer from Gully will now go down to third man as Leon Johnson making some adjustments, trying to drive the runs. Since the second new ball was taken, there's been runs galore. So let's see what Ward will do as the lead now goes 321. This one is played off the back foot as well, nicely played. But this time Tevin Imlach, who's on the field at backward point, collects. So not a boundary this time, but still runs. Ward moves on to 78. 438 now for 6. So Guyana beating Dominica in women's football yesterday at Leonora. Shanice Alfred in the 17th minute, Annalisa Vincent in the 26th minute, Sydney Cummings in the 35th minute to give Guyana a 3-0 lead at halftime. And Brianni Desa completing the job with a goal in the 63rd minute. Guyana beating Dominica 4-0. So the Lady Jags will now travel to the Turks and Caicos for their next match on Saturday. Want to wish them well in that Group F encounter. Group F also comprising Nicaragua and Trinidad and Tobago. Looks as if it's going to be a tussle between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Down the leg side, no contact made. So Archibald remains on 38. So Nicaragua, Dominica losing their opening encounters. Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana winning. And only one team will progress out of that group to go on to the next phase of qualifiers, which also acts as a gateway to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. In the air, and this time Imlak comes around and he takes a diving catch. That's the end of Archibald. His very brave innings coming to an end. Caught at the deep mid-wicket boundary by Kevin Imlak, the substitute of the bowling of Smith. Smith gets his third, and finally the breakthrough coming. Partnership of 6-6 between Terence Ward and Archibald coming to an end, and it seems as if it's a declaration because both of the batsmen are walking off. 438 for 7. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 146 overs of batting to be exact, and that lead 322 on first innings, and that declaration coming at exactly 10:49 a.m. So it means that the Guyana Harp Eagles, when they bat, will need to wipe off 322 in order to avoid an innings defeat. But this is a very good knock from Colin Archibald. 38 from him from just 19 deliveries. So 438 for the loss of 7 wickets. 438, the final score by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, declared from 146 overs of batting. That's the batting card. A very good card for you. Munson Hodge, very good innings, 71 from 298 deliveries. Karen Powell, 74 at the top of the order, 152 they put on for the first wicket. Devon Thomas, he came and he blasted the ball all over for 72. Debutant Kofi James did not last very long. He went for 11. Jamar Hamilton, leg before late, on day number 2 for 48. Ward not out on 78. Raheem Cornwall gone this morning, the first to go for 15. Colin Archibald just out, gone for 38. 146 overs of batting, 31 extras. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their first innings, 438 for 7 declared at exactly 10:49 a.m. on day number 3. And bowling for the Guyana Harp Eagles, Kimo Paul, none for 42 from 14. Niall Smith, 3 for 100 from 25. Veersamy Permaul, wicketless as well, none for the 91 from 39. Clinton Pestano, 1 for 69 from 24. Gurukesh Motie, the left-arm spinner, 3 for 119 from 43 overs. And Singh Hemraj, just 1 over before tea on day number 2, none for 3. So wonderful partnerships all along the way for the Hurricanes that allow them to get to 438. First wicket going down with 152, then 237, 246, 257, 342, 272, and then the declaration coming at the fall of the 7th wicket, 438. So with that sizable lead of 322, the Guyana Harp Eagles will begin their second innings in a few minutes. Do remember they made 116 in their first innings. A very poor display from the Harp Eagles. Looking at their batting lineup, you would felt that they were looking for a first innings total of in excess of 350. It was not to be. It was very good bowling from the part of Alzari Joseph, Jeremiah Louis at the start of the innings, then backed up nicely by Archibald and Daniel Durham. Guyana won 16 in their first innings. Only Bramble 38, Kimo Paul 20. They put together a 50-run partnership. Then Pestan with 14 and Permaul 11 put together a 25-run partnership. Was not enough, and in the end, the Leeward Islands batted the rest of day number 1, all of day number 2, and 49 minutes on day number 3, putting together that wonderful first innings total 438 for 7. So that's the position here at the Queen's Park Oval. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will begin their second innings in a short while, looking at a deficit of 322. They must wipe that off in order to avoid an innings defeat, or they can bat until the end of day number 4 for a draw, because it seems as if the two possibilities in terms of results in this game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes victory or a draw. But in order for that draw to happen, the Harpy Eagles must bat and bat very well. But all of day number 2 and most, if not all, of the final day, but they must wipe off 322. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're very much in control of this one at this point in time. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have the reply, in fact, the second innings of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Do join us on the other side of that break.
I'll come back when Hetmyer and Singh back. I can leave my camera on me. In case I just shoot something on you.
lunch here.
Hey, England coming, man. We get picked for West Indies.
Before lunch, Guyana, they have about 5, 6 people here.
My friend squad of lunch today.
Watch and you go see
This is about the Windies and Singh platform. This is the ticket right for the championship. Second round. And Archibald. This is Leeward Island Hurricane. This is the far. And this is for the back Monday one. All out. 54.2 overs. Leeward Island Hurricane. For 58 England. 140 overs. By 322. Minimum of 78 overs left in the game. One umpire to a Wilson, Nigel Dugan, the umpire Hetmyer and Singh, master to Peter from Europe. The opening batters for Guyana half Eagles. Paul, Hemraj.
So we're just getting ready for the start of the Guyana Harpy Eagles second innings. And of course, the deficit, as you can see, 438 for 7, the Leeward Islands, 116, the Guyana first innings. So the deficit at the moment, a mighty 322 runs. So the Harpy Eagles now will just have to bat out and try to save this game. It's going to be Alzari Joseph. We didn't see him with the bat. And the first ball, the Kimo Paul, he's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Good positive start from him. Was in the air, but just away from the fieldsman at point and goes down to the boundary. It was a short delivery lifting, and Kimo Paul was getting right across in line with it and just opening the face of the bat. Knew exactly where the man at point was and got it away from him down to the boundary. That's a good shot. Good positive shot from Kimo Paul. He's got to be careful, though, because they've got 2 slips and a gully, and that man at point, if it is in the air, he's got to keep it down or get it away from the man. It's a short delivery. Loud appeal goes up, and he's gone. Well. Kimo Paul goes a short delivery, lifting outside the leg stump. He tried to pull it. He got a little bit of a, may have come off the glove and taken down the leg side by Hamilton. And joy for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes already. They've picked up the wicket of Chanda Paul, after a very positive first ball where he stroked it past point for 4, the next delivery short, he tried to pull it. It may have just clipped the glove on the way through, down the leg side, and taken by Hamilton. So stationary Chanda Paul goes, caught Hamilton, bowled Joseph for 4. He just faced 2 deliveries, and right away, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are under some pressure. So the man coming in looks like Hetmyer is going to come back out, and or he's going to come in, sorry, not back out, but he's going to come in to face the music of Alzari Joseph. So this should be a good competition between Hetmyer and Joseph. And Hetmyer, who struggled, he looked good in the very first innings of this tournament when he got to 24, but was caught by a real fantastic catch by Robin John. Is it? Or did I get it right in the first place? No, it was Ryan John. I did get it right. And it was a great catch by John. Since then, Hetmyer struggled in the second innings. There is the replay. And then he was just trying to pull it around. May have taken him on the glove. And ball went through to the keeper. So Hetmyer getting 9 in the second innings when they chased that 203 target set by the Windwards. So 24-9. And then, of course, in the first innings, he was out obstructing the field without scoring. In the old days, he would have been given out, handle the ball, but that law changed in 2017, November of 2017, where there was no longer handle the ball, and that's a good shot, but didn't time it all that well. Yes, it seemed to have come off the bottom of the bat as Hetmyer now examines the bat, but it seemed to have come off the bottom part, and the pace he anticipated that ball to come off the bat, it certainly didn't. So that in the old days he would have been out handle ball and the wicket would have been credited to the bowler. Today that's not the situation. It's just obstructing the field and no bowler gets the credit. That's a quick delivery from Alzari Joseph, swinging away from the left-hander, but it was too far wide of the off stump. So Alzari Joseph building up some pace here. He can be sharp on his day, bending his back. And with the new ball, he's going to get something out of this pitch. It's been a good pitch for batting. But as I've always said, if the bowlers bend their back, they can get something from it. Oh, loud appeal goes up and not out, says umpire Duguid. Alzari Joseph is, can't believe it, hands on head. But there was Hetmyer looking to whip this ball through the onside. Didn't make contact unless umpire Duguid feels that there may have been a slight inside edge or something. But he seemed to be just slightly going across the line as he was looking to whip it through the onside, maybe wideish mid-on. They've got to be careful when you play across the line like that. But Hetmyer has survived it. So it's all happening here after the very first over from Alzari Joseph picked up the wicket of Chanda Paul. And then that big appeal against Hetmyer. And Hetmyer now going across as Alzari Joseph passes him to say, hey, what's wrong with you? You didn't hear the big inside edge? So you're lucky you didn't come off the middle of the bat. Of course, the two of them, West Indian teammates, certainly know each other very well. It's going to be Louis. It's going to bowl from the Willie Rodriguez end. Jeremiah Louis. Just picked up 1 wicket in the first innings. Got the wicket of the man he's bowling to now. Paul Hemraj. Very loose shot in that first innings in which he was looking to drive Louis. Delivery up to him, but it was in the air and he was out caught at cover. This one he turns to leg. Seemed to be well in control, even though Louis was thinking, had he missed, it might have gone on to hit the stumps, and it certainly would have, but I thought Paul was always in control of that shot. Paul Hemraj was always in control of that shot as he played it down to fine leg. So the total 5 for 1. We're in the second over. The Harpy Inn Eagles trailing by 317 runs. And that's just to make Leeward Islands bat again. This is 4 runs. Badly lined from Louis. And that would give Hetmyer loads of confidence. You have to think that Hetmyer, just for his own confidence, just for his own terms of his ability, he needs to get 100. In terms of him showing that he is a class above all on show here, just has to get some runs. And for the sake of the Guyana team as well, they need him to get 100. And a big 100 as well. Haven't seen any hundreds thus far at the ground for the 2 games. Vishal Singh getting to 93. Preston McSween. Yes, Preston McSween. He got 86. And then in this game, the 3 top order for the Leewards all getting into the 70s. But nobody able to carry on to the 100. And that's the disturbing thing. Don't have that problem in Barbados with the 2 West Indies openers, one former in Campbell getting 123, and skipper Craig Brathwaite was not out overnight on 126. He's got a big appetite for runs. I think the question the West Indies fans keep asking, why can't he do it more consistently? Gets a big 100 in 1 innings, and then another 4 or 5 innings he doesn't get runs. It's a good shot from Hemraj. Lovely shot. Delivery pitched up to him wide of that off stump, and he just angled the bat, getting to the pitch, which was the important thing. Could see him just slightly getting that front leg, just pushing it to the left, getting in line with the delivery, and then just getting on top of it, opening the face. That's a good looking shot. So he joins Hetmyer on 5, and Jeremiah Louis' first over cost him 10 runs. 14 for 1 after just 2 overs, and this is now going to be a very good contest here. Alzari Joseph and Shimron Hetmyer. I think Hetmyer's got to be patient. Alzari Joseph is a fine bowler, and I would say that he's improved in the last year and a half. So much was talked about him when he was at under 19 level, and everybody was saying, well, we've got a superstar on our hands, but hasn't come through as he should have. And I would think in the last year and a half, he's started to bowl as we thought Alzari Joseph should have been bowling. Wrong the wicket. Hetmyer hitting it into the hands of Gully. Oh my word. So Hetmyer goes, caught by the man at Gully there. That's Durham, Daniel Durham. It was outside the line of the off stump. Hetmyer went for the square drive. It peeled off the outside edge. And Durham took a fine catch. He's at a straightish gully. And Hetmyer fails yet again. He makes his way back to the pavilion. Court Durham, bowled by Alzari Joseph, and Guyana in serious trouble now at 14 for 2. Shimron Hetmyer looking to square drive Alzari Joseph, and Alzari Joseph has picked up the wicket. I tell you what, he is bowling really well, Alzari Joseph. It looks a different pitch when he is bowling as opposed to Kimo Paul, Pestano and Niall Smith. And please, no disrespect to those three bowlers. It's just that Alzari Joseph is really bowling well. He's bowling fiery, he's bowling a good line, he's bowling a good length. He's got the support in the slips and the gully. And that was a fine catch by Daniel Durham. So 14 for 2 Hetmyer back in the pavilion. Court Durham bowled Joseph for 5. So the batsman making his way to the crease. Is it skipper Leon Johnson? Yes, it seems to be. Yep, Leon Johnson. Another left-hander. As we said, the first 5 batsmen in the Guyana team, all left-handers. You just got to feel the need to mix it up. You need a right-hander coming in at number 4. Because Joseph has been targeting that off stump. 2 slips and a gully in position. Thought he might have put a 3rd slip, but he's opted for a leg gully instead. So there are 2 slips, a gully, a leg gully, and a forward short leg. Remember in the first innings, Joseph bowled a cracking delivery to Johnson. Pitched, cut away from the left-hander, and he had to play at it. Made height, bounce, movement. It was everything. It was a peach of a delivery from a fast bowler. And Johnson played at it, and Hamilton took a superb catch. Oh, loud appeal goes up. Alzari Joseph is convinced that Johnson is out LBW, but umpire Duguid says no. Might have been beating off stump. But another good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Pitching this one up. And Johnson just coming across outside the line of the off stump. Seemed to be hit just outside. But of course, we don't have that privilege of a replay. Well, we do have the replay, but we don't have ball tracking. Let's see where that hit him. Well, I thought it might have been just outside the line of the off stump. Of course, Alzari Joseph and Jamar Hamilton and the slip corner, and they would tell you that ball was hitting middle stump. Because when they appeal, they always feel that the batsman is out. But great conditions here for Alzari Joseph. It's a lovely morning. Maybe a little bit hot. You would probably like a little bit more of a cool atmosphere. Because when you're bowling fast in this type of sun, it really drains your energy. But Alzari Joseph is a fit young man. He's only in his 2nd over. 2 for 4. What a difference he's made to this Leeward Islands Hurricanes attack. Would have been interesting had he been in Barbados. Haven't been to Barbados for a while, but I remember in the good old days, you could have combed your hair on that pitch. It was almost like concrete, fast track. And remember going to Barbados was always a tricky thing because they had quite a number of fast bowlers, and you swear that turf pitch was a concrete strip. Those days have since gone. I haven't been to Barbados for a while to see that pitch. Is he looking to flick it? Loud appeal. This time he's gone. Leon Johnson playing across the line. He's upset, but I think he should be upset with the shot because he was playing across the line to a delivery pitched up to him, and Joseph strikes yet again, and Guyana, they are in all sorts of trouble yet again. It's now 14 for 3. Skipper Johnson, he makes his way back to the pavilion without scoring. LBW to Joseph, and 14 for 3 Guyana. But again, a naughty shot from Leon Johnson. When you play across the line of the delivery, you don't put any doubt in the minds of the umpire, because he's got to look at a ball straight on, wicket to wicket. If you're going to try to play it across the line, he should have been playing that straight back up the track or towards a straightish mid-on. He was looking to turn it, missed, and umpire Duguid had absolutely no hesitation in giving him out LBW. 14 for 3. Well, it's the end of the third over, and I must admit, something seems to be wrong with that pitch again. Because when the Guyanese batted 116 in the first innings, 14 for 3, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes, what was it, 438 for 8 declared? But I must admit, Alzarri Joseph is making a huge difference here. You can see, and certainly absolutely no disrespect to the quick men in the Guyana team, but really and truly, Alzarri Joseph is head and shoulders above the other three. Kimo Paul is not as quick as Alzarri Joseph. He's more of a swing bowler. Thing is, with Alzarri Joseph, I think the pace that he's bowling at has the batsman a little bit uncomfortable. It's going to be Louis. It's going to continue. He's had his 1 over for 10 runs. So Joseph, he's had 2 overs, 3 for 4. What figures? Absolutely brilliant figures. Another left-hander has come to the crease in Vishal Singh, but he's at the non-striker's end because it was the last delivery of the over. So it means that Hemraj is going to be facing up to Louis. Too wide of the off stump. Now the thing with Louis, he's got 3 slips and a gully. No leg gully, whereas with Alzarri Joseph, he had the 2 slips, the gully, and a leg gully. So a little slight difference in the field placing between the 2 opening bowlers for the Hurricanes. That's a good delivery, well played by Hemraj. So we'll have a look at that dismissal of Johnson in a bit. But you could, when we look at it, you can see him going across the line, looking to play it through the leg side. That's a good shot from Hemraj. The only thing is he finds the fieldsman there at the backward point. And that is Kofi James. Kofi James making his debut. Was one of the few batsmen not to come off in that 438. Only got to 11. Played an awful shot, did Kofi James. Tried to hit Motie out of the Queen's Park Oval. Don't know what he was thinking. Only succeeded in losing his off stump. Still nice sunny conditions here. Hemraj looking to cut at a delivery. It's got to be careful. These two would want to stay there until lunch and maybe get the score up to 30-35. And once they do that, then they can rethink the strategy coming out after lunch. They certainly don't want to lose any more wickets before the luncheon interval. So it's the end of the over from Louis, a maiden over. And we should see the fireworks restarted here by Alzarri Joseph. It's got here Vishal Singh to cope with. And he will be eager to run into bowl to to Singh. Another left-hander, and Alzari Joseph has been bowling around the wicket. Hamilton just making some adjustments to the field. Out at Kensington Oval, Barbados, well, what a reply. 303 now for 3. And Craig Brathwaite, he is still there, 166 not out. It's a good delivery, angled into the left-handed Singh, who just gets up on his toes and plays it out in front of him on the onside. So Craig Brathwaite, 160, that's the thing with Brathwaite. When he gets 100, he carries on, tends to bat long. Just needs some consistency. Raymond Reefer was the man out this morning. He went for 71, LBW to Merchant. Jonathan Carter is now there with Craig Brathwaite. He's on 14. Dorich to come. So at 303, they would be looking to... So that's probably the worst delivery we've seen from Alzari Joseph. He went for the bouncer, lost his line totally, and that ball was wide of the off stump. So at 308 for 3, they would be certainly looking to get to, or 303 for 3, sorry, if they can get a tea time with probably a lead of about 150, send the Jamaicans in and try and push for an outright victory. It's a good delivery, and Singh just playing inside the line. Mindley so far, he's picked up 1 wicket. Merchant 1. And Harty, he's picked up 1. So Barbados fighting back here with really a good total. We'll go to the other game being played at the moment at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's another good delivery. Good line from Joseph, just pitching it outside the line of the off stump. He probably now needs to think that he's got to come closer to that off stump, because Singh is picking up the line and just leaving the ball. So the Trinidad team pushing for an outright victory against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, having dismissed them for 98 after the Trinidad Red Force got to 326. The Windwards were dismissed for 98. They're now 85 for 5 in their second innings. Again, another delivery targeting just outside the line of the off stump, and Singh so far is doing well. The not out batsman at the moment, Shimon Lewis, he's on 31 not out. The night watchman, and remember he was in that partnership worth 122 with Preston McSween, a last wicket partnership, when he got to 31 not out. Well, he's already on 31 not out from 49 deliveries, so he's obviously saying that he needs a promotion. Loud appeal goes up again as Singh looking to whip this one through the onside, but this seemed to be heading down the leg side, and Singh looking to flick it away. Didn't make contact, but that delivery seemed to be going down the leg side, and umpire Duguid indicated that that was going down the leg and said not out to the appeal. But let's have a look at this is Leon Johnson, his LBW decision. Let's have a look. There he is, looking to flick this ball, a delivery pitching up to him, and he was looking to flick it somewhere on the leg side, somewhere at mid-wicket, missed and was struck straight in front, and he went back to the pavilion without scoring. Just faced 5 deliveries. But it's going to be Louis. He's going to continue, and he's bowling to Hemraj. So just the game as we were talking in the Windwards. Sorry, the game in Brian Lara Cricket Academy against the Windwards, the Trinidad Red Force. So the Windward Islands being sent back into bat after being dismissed for 98. In the second innings, Smith has gone for 12, Teddy Bishop for 7, Kevin Hodge, the skipper, went for 4. Alec Athenaeus, he only got to 5. It's real first failure because he got 2 half centuries against Guyana and he got 33 in the first innings against the Red Force, but only got to 5 before he went LBW to Anderson Phillip. Then Kieran Courtois, he was dismissed LBW Charles without scoring. So Dennis Smith is there on 13 with Sherman Lewis, the night watchman. And together they have just put on 25 runs. That's a good shot. Over the top. It's going to run into the boundary. That's 4 good-looking runs for Hemraj. Pitched up by Louis. Went into the drive, but he lifted it beyond the man at cover. And he picks up 4. Hemraj, he goes to 9. Total now on to 18 for 3. So the wickets falling at 13, 20, 32, 59 and 60. So the Windward Islands certainly staring defeat in the face unless they can pick up a couple of good partnerships, but their main batsman already back in the pavilion. That's another good shot. That's too short, and he got onto the back foot, Hemraj, and he crashed it square on the wicket just behind point for 4 more runs. So Louis not yet bowling a good line and length. It's either too full or too short, and Hemraj is taking full advantage. 22 for 3. Hemraj into double figures. And just quickly, the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Brian Charles, he's picked up 1 for 23. Anderson Phillip, he's picked up 3 for 31. And Jaden Seals, 1 for 16. It's been a good morning so far for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're trying to complete that game in 3 days. So is the Leeward Islands Hurricanes trying to complete this game in 3 days. It's about 25 minutes away from the luncheon interval. Louis in his 3rd over. Just a little too wide of the off stump. Hemraj doesn't have to play at that. It's the end of the over. Hemraj is on 13. Vishal Singh, he's faced 1 over so far from Alzari Joseph, a very testing over in which he survived it, and he's going to be further tested by Alzari Joseph yet again. 8 runs coming in that over against from some Jeremiah Louis. And Hemraj not afraid to play his shots. It's up to him. He's going to go after it. If it's short, he's also going to go after it. He's a very attacking batsman by nature. Just needs to tighten up when he's going after these attacking shots. Tends to, at times to play the ball in the air. He's got to be careful. He was out in the first innings. Caught at cover. Went after Louis. And hit the ball straight into the hands of the man at cover. Just made 9. So he's gone past that here. Hasn't faced Alzari Joseph all that much. And he's still at the non-striker's end. It's runs here for Singh as Joseph lining this one just outside the line of the leg stump. And Vishal Singh turns it down to a backward square leg, and they pick up 2 runs. So Singh is off the mark, 24 for 3. Singh is not a very tall man, trying to get on top of that delivery from Alzari Joseph. Wasn't one of his quickest deliveries. It was just back of a length. And there he was on his toes trying to push it out on the offside. 24 for 3, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This pair trying to get to lunch, just got about 25 minutes or so to the luncheon interval. And these two trying to carry the team. Oh, that's a naughty shot. It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump there. And Singh was trying to hit it square on the offside, seeing it being a short delivery, but he never really moved his feet, never got across to get in line with it. He just stood there and just waved the bat at it, and so easily he could have got the edge. It's one of the quicker deliveries from Joseph. 24 for 3. Joseph still operating from around the wicket. They're going to get a single as Singh plays it into the gap between Terence Ward, who's at a cover point, and Archibald, who's at a mid-off. Archibald had to run to his right, Ward to his left, and it gave the batsman enough time to get that single. So Singh is 3. So Hemraj, I don't think he's faced Alzari Joseph, and if he has, maybe just for one ball. He's faced Louis for most of this innings. So let's see how Hemraj is going to handle Alzari Joseph. That's a good delivery, angled back into the left-hander, and you could see Hemraj hustling to play that. He was getting a back and across and getting quickly on his toes and just pushed it out in front of him on the offside. There is no run. Just going back to that Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. No Shannon Gabriel. Understand he's only bowled 12 overs in the first game. Understand he's nursing a slight injury. But how well Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals have taken that opportunity. Especially Anderson Phillip. Tell me he's bowling very fiery at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And there is Chanda Paul Hemraj looking to pull a delivery from outside the off stump. That's his nature. He's not going to push and prod. He's one of those openers that is going to take the attack to the bowlers. He missed on that occasion. It's the end of Alzari Joseph. He's completed his 4th over, 3 for 7. Magnificent figures from him. And Jeremiah Louis is going to continue. Louis he's had 3 overs, none for 18. So he's been a little bit more expensive. And it seems that the left-arm medium pacer, Colin Archibald Jr., is going to come into the attack. And coming into the attack from this broadcaster is none other than John. What were you? A stout batsman, the kind of batsman who would go there and like a Brathwaite, stay all day, push the ball around, wait for the bad ball, get the singles, get the 4.
Good morning to you too, Colin. No, I'm one of the more.
Were you aggressive?
Opening batsman.
Oh, you
Yeah,
were aggressive.
yes,
You were
yes.
aggressive. Yes.
And I bowled some lovely lollipop.
You
off
bowled,
spin.
oh, like as Geoff Boycott used to describe Carl Hooper.
Yes, so
He
everyone
said-
tried to take me on. In the process, they would lose their off stump.
Oh, my word. Okay, I will see if I can find any of your opponents to verify your story. But anyway, 25 for 3. John, the Harpy Eagles, these two need to survive at least until lunch.
At least until lunch. But Archibald will have other ideas as he goes in now to Singh. It's a very good use of the new ball so far. Alzari Joseph, of course, a cut above the rest. And he's picked up all 3 wickets this morning for the Harpy Eagles. In the very first over, the first ball Tage the Ryan Chanda Paul got, he got some width. And he got a boundary cutting towards that backward point region. The very next ball, he offered a catch to Jamar Hamilton down the leg side. And he was gone. Second ball for 4. Shimon Hetmyer, who got a first ball in the first innings when he was out obstructing the field, he also cashed in on a boundary. But then in Joseph's very next over, he offered a very simple catch to Dora Gully for 5. 14 for the loss of 2, and it was not going to get any better when Leon Johnson, the captain, at the end of that very Joseph over, was out leg before without scoring, 14 for 3. Since then, Vishal Singh and Chanapal Hemraj, they've stringed together a very small partnership of 11, but it's the best of the innings so far. 25 for the loss of 3. And that deficit is still 297. So the Harpy Eagles need to wipe off that 297 in order to avoid an innings defeat, or bat until stumps on day number 4, which is tomorrow, to save the match. So lots will be dependent on this pair, of course, both with international experience. Hemraj played one-day internationals for the West Indies in the subcontinent, while Vishal Singh played 3 test matches for the West Indies against Pakistan and Jamaica. Cricket will continue over the weekend, weather permitting, in Georgetown. So the Georgetown Cricket Association this morning announcing the fixtures for the weekend. On Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the GISE Star Party Rentals and Trophy Stall First Division 2-day final. DCC, that's the Demerara Cricket Club, will come up against their arch rivals, Georgetown Cricket Club, at DCC. Edging just wide of that second slip fielder. Powell diving to his left, but cannot come up with that catch. Did not get to his hand. It dropped just before him. Had there been a third slip, perhaps that fielder would have swallowed it. But Powell at second slip. There's a fielder in Durham at Gully, and it went between them, but much closer to Powell, and he was diving to his left, and that ball went across the third man ropes for 4. So Singh moves on to 7, but not in the most convincing way. The Harpy Eagles 29 for 3. Didn't really need to bat out of their skins, the Harpy Eagles. Need to put on a display pretty much like what the Leeward Islands Hurricanes did when they started batting on day number 1. That's a more convincing shot this time from Vishal Singh to the fielder at cover. Ward collects, and that's the end of the over. The first from Archibald, his first over costing just 4 runs. The Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 29 for 3. So just to continue with cricket in the Georgetown Cricket Association, Demerara Cricket Club against Georgetown Cricket Club. The final is going to be Saturday and Sunday. First ball is scheduled to be at 9 hours 30. And DCC will be hosting that in Queenstown. So all roads in that first division final leads to DCC on Landscape Street. Also at the same time, the Noble House Seafood second division 2-day action will be on at Everest, with Everest hosting Belle Rubis and Police hosting Diplomats. Matches will start at 11 a.m. on both days, Saturday and Sunday. The GC is asking captains, match referees, coaches, umpires to assemble at DCC for a meeting. That's a nice shot from Hemraj, backing away and opening up and playing it down towards cover point. And we'll get another boundary. He's looking very good this morning, Hemraj. Fighting fire with fire, you'd want to say. He's now on to 17. And I make it 4 boundaries for him. So it's now 33 for the loss of 3. So captains, coaches, match referees, umpires, and GC officials will be having a meeting on Friday. That's tomorrow at 12 o'clock, 12 noon. And that's, of course, to bring everyone on the same page with what's happening in terms of GCA cricket over the weekend. First Division 2-day final at DCC. DCC against GCC. And then 2-day second division action at Everest, between Everest and Belle Rubis. This one is punched away down towards long off. The field at mid-on will give chase because the field at extra cover tried to stop it and could not do so. So Hemraj collects 2 more. This little partnership is now worth 21 valuable runs. When the Harpy Eagles, batted in their first innings, the best partnership came from Bramble and Kimo Paul, who put together 50 runs. Remember that at one stage they were 37 for 5, and the right-handed batsmen, in fact, took that total to 87. 87 for 6, and then best stand on Permaul put together 25 for the 8th wicket. But no other partnership of significance so far. Tajan Ryan Chanderpaul 4, Hetmyer 5, Leon Johnson no score, all back in the pavilion. In the second innings, Alzari Joseph in his 5th over, 3 for 13 so far. Ooh, that's a very good delivery again from Joseph. Hemraj showing good judgment, allowing it to go by just outside the off stump, very close to that off stump. Do remember the West Indies 4-day championship will take a break after this round, the second round, to allow for that West Indies versus England test series. 3 test matches. Antigua, Barbados, Grenada. So players in this round looking for selection into West Indies test squad. And Joseph so far putting his hand up very high. Bowling very fast. Got some wickets in the first innings and already 3 in the second innings. He missed the opening round, Alzari Joseph, because he was on West Indies duties in India in that one-day international series. Some other useful contributions, you would say, from John Campbell, the opener from the Jamaica Scorpions with 100. Craig Braffett also with 100. Appeal for leg before, half-hearted, and umpire Duguid not interested. So that's the end of the over. So Joseph completing 5 overs, 3 for 13. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 3 for 35. We haven't had any hundreds in this match here. The highest score we've seen is from Terence Ward with 78 not out. We had 74 from Kieran Powell, 72 from Devon Thomas, 71 from Monson Hodge. First ball from a new Archibald overs outside the off stump to Singh. The batting track not offering any, not showing any signs of deteriorating so far. So still a good one for batting. Just the bowling was extremely good from Joseph, assisted by Jeremiah Louis. And Archibald is now landing in some good areas. So this is a perfect opportunity for someone like Vishal Singh, who got 93 in the last match against the Volcanoes, to come good, perhaps chalk up 100 of his own. Hemraj also got a half century in the last match against the Volcanoes in the second innings. He too will want to make the most of this opportunity. Three slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside field for Archibald, bowling to Vishal Singh. On the onside, there's a man on the fine leg boundary. On a very straightish mid-wicket, bordering on mid-on in Devon Thomas. 7-2 field as Archibald looks for another wicket. More success before lunch. Turn it to the onside nicely. Tucked away for one. Perhaps the only disappointment you will say for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their first innings, not the total of 438 for 7 declared, but is that no one who got into the 70s carried on really to get 100. The declaration came with Ward on 78, not out, but the others, Monson Hodge, opening the batting, got 71. Powell as well, at the top of the order, 74. He was the first to go at 152 for 1. Devon Thomas played attractively for 72, but did not go on. And that's what you want to see at the regional level. Batsmen going on to 3 figures, making the most of the opportunity. Colin Murray using his VNet Communications pen to make another insertion. Lots of notes, Colin.
Can't leave everything to memory, you know, John. Especially when you pass 25.
Yes. But you have a very good pen there as well, Colin.
Yeah, it was given to me by someone. It has in it VNet Communications. What is VNet Communications again, John?
So the over is completed, 36 for 3. The Harp Eagles in their second innings still trailing by 286. So VNet Communications, Colin, it's like the name says, communications. It's one of the companies back home in Guyana that has been partnering and not only doing their work as a communications company, but has been playing their part as with social, corporate social responsibilities. They've been sponsoring Kimo
Yeah,
Paul.
I remember you said that, Kimo Paul.
Yes. Not only Kimo Paul as their brand ambassadors, but lots of other cricketers and persons in the cricketing circle have been benefiting immensely.
Are they just into cricket in terms of the sport, or any of the other sports do they assist?
At the moment, it's just cricket. Yeah, but I'm sure they're open to others.
But it's good, you know, when you get the corporate sponsors coming in and assisting the cricketers, and of course it's a two-way street, because it's not just a matter of them assisting the cricketers, but they want to get their brand more recognized, and the brand, in terms of the usage of their brand, much more.
Yeah, a few of the players in the Guyana Harp Eagles side and some of the fringe players back home have benefited as well. If you look at the guys back home like Kimo Savory, Joshua Prasad, Bashkar Yadram, these are some of the guys that VNet Communications were supporting over the years. And in this current setup, you have, like I said, Kimo Paul, who has benefited, Bramble has benefited, Shimon Hetmyer as well, but there's also Anthony Adams, the left-arm spinner, who's not in the final 11. He has benefited as well. And then assistant coach, newly appointed assistant coach for the Harp Eagles, in Ryan Hercules. These guys are part of the VNet Communications setup. That's a short ball from Cornwall, and it's pulled away. So a new over from Cornwall, his first of this second innings. And he starts with a very short ball, loose delivery, and Vishal Singh pulls it away for a boundary. 40 for a loss of 3. And
Alright, okay.
40 now for 3. So I want to say good morning to all at VNet Communications at 29 Delft Street in Campbellville. It's not just about supporting the cricketers they have been doing. They've been offering you lots of services. I want to say good morning, like I said, to Safras and team down there. You have Miss Renata Bramble, who's been a crowd favorite down there. Bramble. Cornwall replacing Alzari Joseph from the southern end of the ground. A ball that is just 10 overs old. But it's a very dead track, very flat track. Tailor-made for batting, you would say. So the Hurricanes trying something different from the southern end of the ground. And we know Cornwall will tie up one end and allow the other bowlers to operate from the northern end. So that might just very well be the plan. So just to give you some more information on VNet Communications there, Colin, they have been doing what is called GPS tracking in one of their lines called Track Point. You can track your vehicles, whether it's on land, in air, or on water. But do remember that Guyana has a rugged terrain, very dense jungle, and especially with what's happening offshore, communication becomes even more important. Over comes to an end. The first from Cornwall, the first of off spin in this Harpy Eagles second innings, 41 for the loss of 3. Hemraj is on 19 and Vishal Singh on 13. So with communications also becoming very necessary, there's also that satellite phone service being offered by VNet Communications. So whether you're in the dense jungle of Guyana, in the Amazon, or in the high waters, you can be connected. And like I said, the track point, tracking your vehicles, whether it's one or a fleet of vehicles, you can all have that management. There's what's called a Watch Angel security management. There's a Korea tracking as well. Down the leg side, start of a new over from Archibald, and Singh will get one. And Colin, just to let you know as well that there's also the VSOL green energy. You know, Guyana, like I said, part of the Amazon. Lots of sunshine. We're part of the tropics, so sunshine is part and parcel of what we are. So there's also that solar aspect of VNet Communications. And then with the satellite internet, which has been something that they have been pioneering, I would say, in Guyana. Satellite internet, especially for the hinterland. That's been something that VNet Communications have been known for. So they're keeping you connected anytime, anywhere. So good afternoon to all of you down there at 29 Delft Street in Campbellville. Full toss driven down towards long on, and there's a field at middle of give and chase in Jeremiah Louis, and it's going to be a close one, but the ball is going to win it just in front of Louis, and that's 4 more. So low full toss from Archibald and Hemraj. Very positive this morning. He drove through the line. There's no feeler at mid-on, the feeler on the onside. That's straight mid-wicket. And he just watched as the ball went all along the ground into the boundary. Hemraj is now on to 23. Healthy scoring rate, you would say, for him. Just 28 deliveries faced. Beautiful shot, wonderfully driven down towards cover. Ball outside the off stump this time from Archibald. And Hemraj just driving all along the ground to cover for another boundary. He's now on to 27. And the Harpy Eagles bringing up their 50 in over number 12. They're exactly 50 for the loss of 3. Singh is on 14. So when in full flight, Hemraj looks really good. Getting some good deliveries, and he's been showing good judgment in leaving it outside the off stump or showing playing defensive shots. But when he gets the bad ball, he's putting it away. Like that one's a full ball, and he was driving. But this time the field has been placed at mid-on. Devon Thomas, and the ball went all along the ground, but straight to the fielder. Powerfully played. So the on drive and the cover drive being shown by Hemraj. Hemraj plays his club cricket in Georgetown at Everest. Man from Cane Grove on the east coast of Demerara. Just got married last December. Slow delivery from Archibald, but turned into the onside by Hemraj and will pick up 2 more. So he moves on to 29, and that's the end of the over. So Archibald going for some runs in that over. He's now bowled 3 overs, conceding 16 runs. Hemraj is on 29, Singh on 14. The Harpy Eagles in their second innings looking at a deficit of 322 at the start of their innings. They're now 52 for 3, still trailing by 270. Cornwall begins a new over, bowling to Vishal Singh. As we head closer to lunch on day number 3. Singh opens the face of the bat and will not score. Just to recap what's happening in the game so far. Harpy Eagles won the toss and batted in their first innings. They made 116, that seems many, many moons ago. They were blown away in just 34 and a half overs on day number 1 for 116. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were asked to bat the rest of the day, and they did so without losing a wicket, closing day number 1 on 126 without loss. Then they batted all day on day number 2. Went to stumps 366 for 5 with a lead of 250. And this morning they came back, batted until 10:49 a.m. when the declaration came at 438 for 7. So that's lunch on day number 3. The Guyana Harpy Eagles going to lunch on 52 for a loss of 3, with Paul Hemraj on 29 and Vishal Singh with him on 14, trailing still by 270. It's not the type of position they'd want to be in, but it is what it is, thanks mainly to Alzari Joseph, who picked up all 3 wickets this morning. First to go was Paul, caught by wicketkeeper Hamilton down the leg side for 4. Hetmyer did not last very long, caught in the gully by Durham, also off Joseph for 5. And Leon Johnson, leg before, without scoring, 52 for the loss of 3. 13 overs in their second innings batted so far, still trailing by 270. They need to wipe off that to avoid an innings defeat. Like I said, Joseph, the successful bowler, 3 for 13 from 5 overs, none for 18 from Louis, who shared a new ball with Joseph. Archibald has also bowled 3, none for 16 on Cornwall, just 2 overs, none for 5, including a maiden, the second over that he has bowled. So the match summary: Guyana Harpy Eagles in the first innings 116, Leeward Islands in their first innings a mammoth 438 for 7 declared, and the Harpy Eagles batting a second time with a deficit of 322 at lunch on day number 3, 52 for 3. When they resume, Hemraj will be on 29, Singh on 14, still but behind by 270. He'll be back in about 35 minutes. We trust that you will have some lunch and enjoy it. We will try our best here. So do join us after the break. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in downtown Port of Spain, Trinidad. We greet you with the news that it's wonderful weather for cricket. The umpires are on the field already. The players are following behind. The players from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. On field umpires Nigel Duguid and Joel Wilson. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen just in front of the main pavilion, about to make their way onto the field as well. We are about to resume the action after lunch on day number 3. It's the West Indies 4-day championship 2021-2022 season. And the match, second round match, the Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We've had 2 innings completed so far. In the third innings of this match, Guyana Harpy Eagles in their second innings with a deficit of 322 went to lunch 52 for a loss of 3. Hemraj is on 29 and Vishal Singh 14, still trailing by 270 runs. 13 overs they've batted in that morning session after the Leeward Islands Hurricanes declared their first innings at 438 for 7, leading by 322. So Guyana began their second innings with the familiar pair of Paul Hemraj and Tejnaran Paul. And after 2 balls, they would have lost their first wicket, with Paul trying to clip a ball down the leg side. It was brilliantly taken by wicketkeeper Hamilton. He went for 4 in the first over. It was 1 for 4. Then 2 overs later, Shimron Hetmyer offered Daniel Durham a simple catch at gully off the bowling of the lively Alzari Joseph for 5, 2 for 14. And then 5 balls later, Leon Johnson was leg before to Alzari Joseph without scoring. The Harpy Eagles were in all sorts of trouble at 14 for 3 in 3 overs. So we resumed the action in the second session of day number 3 with Jeremiah Louis picking up the attack, bowling from the Jerry Gomez media center end. And the batsman on strike, Paul Hemraj. Vishal Singh with him is on 14. So that's the situation at lunch, with Alzari Joseph picking up all 3 wickets to fall this morning. Going to lunch at 3 for 13, his figures. So wonderful atmosphere for cricket. We'll give you the updates on the other matches of the round as well. To remember, one game at the Kensington Oval, Barbados Pride hosting Jamaica Scorpions, and then Trinidad and Tobago Red Force down at Turuba, where to take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So there's runs galore at one venue and wickets galore at the other. We'll give you an update in a short while as Louis breaks into his run. Inside edge from Hemraj, going forward, half forward, and got the inner part of the bat, and that ball went down to fine leg. So could have easily been played on. Singh to have his first ball after lunch. And the guy just won nicely down between the field at gully and the backward point and will get a boundary. So runs for Singh right after lunch. It's already 5 runs in the over. Hemraj getting a single, and now Vishal Singh a boundary. So it's a good positive start after lunch for the Harpy Eagles. Vishal Singh, the little man with number 10 on his back. He moves on to 18. He likes this track here at the Queen's Park Oval, Vishal Singh. A 2 years ago, he made 141 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here in the first match of the first round of this tournament. He made 93 against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So he's battling along here for his team. Not tempted on that occasion. The wide ball was the off stump from Louis. So the Barbados Pride have taken a lead against the Jamaica Scorpions. Remember the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings, 328. Barbados Pride, 337 for the loss of 3. 337 for 3. Captain Craig Braffett, 182 not out. Down the leg side from Jeremiah Louis to end the first over after lunch. The Harpy Eagles batting a second time, 57 for 3. So like I said, Craig Braffett, 182. Looking perhaps for a double. And if the Barbados Pride can continue to bat, get a decent lead, and give themselves some time to bowl at the Jamaica Scorpions and press for an outright win, that will definitely be their plan. Overnight batsman Raymond Reefer, who was on 55 overnight, went for 71, and at the moment it's Jonathan Carter batting with Braffett on 33. The experienced Jonathan Carter. So Barbados at the moment leading by 10 runs with 7 wickets still in hand. And the other match of the round, like I did mention, Red Force hosting the Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Red Force in their first innings, 326 all out. The Windward Islands Volcanoes batting their first innings, 97 all out. Yes, 98 all out, in fact. So Joseph will pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground. Before lunch, we saw the bowling of Cornwall, Raheem Cornwall. But after lunch, it's going to be the successful bowler for the Hurricanes to pick up the attack. 3 for 13 for him so far, Alzari Joseph. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings, 99 for 5. 99 for 5. 5 wickets in hand, and they still trail the Red Force by 130. That's a good shot from Hemraj. Not timing it very well, but enough connection, however, and we'll get it down towards the cover boundary. 2 fielders were given chase as the ball was slowing up as they got towards the boundary, but eventually it won the race, and Hemraj gets another boundary. He's now on to 34. Harpy Eagles 61 for the loss of 3. At lunch, 52 for 3. So they've added 9 runs so far. 2 boundaries and a single. 1 boundary to each of the batsmen. So in that innings of 99 for 5, the Windward Islands second innings, Sherman Lewis is on 33. And Dennis Smith, the wicketkeeper batsman, is on 24. Over the fielder at cover, and it's going to get another boundary. Hemraj driving in the air to a ball that was pitched up from Alzari Joseph. And back-to-back boundaries, one all along the ground, this one in the air. Munson Hodge was at cover. Had a go, but did not get to it. It was over his head. So Hemraj, yet another boundary for him. He's now on to 38. You can say he's fighting fire with fire. Scoring at more than a run a ball. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes second innings, Devon Smith 12, Teddy Bishop 7, Kavim Hodge the captain 4. Here's Chandler Paul running this one down toward third man nicely, just using the pace of the ball, opening the face of the bat and finding that gap, and we'll get his 3rd consecutive boundary of the over. and looks very good, Hemraj. He has that tendency of trying to play too many shots too early in his innings. But this time he's playing the shots, but he's getting good rewards because he's finding the gaps. That was a ball outside the off stump, and he just guided that nicely down to third man to take his score now on to 42. 12 runs already in the over. Alec Athena's made 5. Kieran Kotoy went without scoring. This one is driven exquisitely down towards extra cover and into the boundary for 4. 4 consecutive boundaries now. Paul Hemraj of the bowling of Alzari Joseph. We spoke so much about the wicket-taking ability of Alzari Joseph in the first session with a new ball. Coming back for his second spell and is roughed up already by Hemraj. 4 consecutive boundaries in Joseph's 6th over. First one along the ground to cover for 4. Second one over the head of the field at cover for 4. Cutting the third ball in that series down towards the third man. And then driving all along the ground to extra cover for 4. So let's see what will happen. The final delivery of the over. Allows it to go by to the keeper. This is good batting so far from Hemraj. All of Cane Grove in Guyana on the east coast of Demerara will be very happy that their local hero is battling here for the Harpy Eagles. At the end of the over, Hemraj moves on to 46. Singh is with him on 18. The Harpy Eagles batting a second time, 73 for 3. Last over, the 50-run partnership coming up between Hemraj and Singh. So the partnership now worth 59. 16 runs. 16 runs coming in that last over, bowled by Alzari Joseph. All boundaries, 4 boundaries, 4 consecutive boundaries from Paul Hemraj. It was a dot, 4, 4, 4, 4, dot. Hemraj riding high now on 46 not out, but he's at a non-strikers in. And he's bowled. Vishal Singh falling over, exposing his leg stump, and Jeremiah Louis clipped that leg stump, and Vishal Singh losing his wicket, bowled by Jeremiah Louis for 18, ending a good partnership with Paul Hemraj that was valued at 59. Guyana Harpy Eagles not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, losing their 4th wicket. They're now 73 for 4. Still trailing by 249. A very naughty shot being played by Vishal Singh, walking too far across his off stump, exposing his leg stump, and he's gone. Bowled by Louis for 18. 37 deliveries faced, and that's not what the plan would have been after they went to lunch at 52 for 3. They were asked perhaps to bat the rest of the session, and they, by extension, go on to bat the next session. It's not to be. It's Vishal Singh, bowled for 18 right after lunch, ending a 59-run partnership with Hemraj. So let's look at a replay. There's Vishal Singh batting outside the leg stump, and then as Louis came in, walked across and exposed that leg stump, and that ball was pitched on leg stump, held its own, and just clipping enough to dislodge the bail. And Vishal Singh bowled for 18. 73 for the loss of 4. My. This is not a situation that the Harp Eagles imagined, but it's good bowling from Joseph and Louis, really making this new ball count on a very docile track here at the Queen's Park Oval. Some may say it's a different track than what the Leeward Islands batted on, because the Leeward Islands were able to get up to 438 for 7. Declared. Guyana in their first innings won 16, and now stuttering at 73 for 4. Just Hemraj on 46, being a standout performer so far. Vishal Singh was with him for 18. The new batsman is Bramble, and Bramble gets delivery on the line of leg stump, turns it away to a fine leg, and will get off the mark immediately. In the first innings, Bramble hit the top score for the Harpy Eagles of 38, but it was not enough. Still to come, Vice Captain Kimo Paul, then bowling all-rounder Clinton Pestano, Versami Permaul, Gurikesh Moti, and Niall Smith. So Taser and Chander Paul 4, Shimron Hetmyer 5, Leon Johnson no score, Vishal Singh 18. The 4 batsmen dismissed in the Harpy Eagles' second innings. Hemraj on the verge of his 12th first-class half-century. At the non-strike, is at the striker's end, and watches that ball as it goes by to the keeper. He's on 1 to 46. Two slips and a gully outside the off stump to end the over. So successful over for Jeremiah Louis, picking up his first wicket, 1 for 24 from 5 so far. The over in which he got the wicket of Vishal Singh, bowled for 18. The Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 74 for 4. It will be Alzari Joseph to continue, and he'll be bowling to the new batsman and Anthony Bramble. 2 slips and a gully. Daniel Durham, the tall figure with number 33 on his back, is at gully. Seemed to be a very good fielder. Just early days in his first-class career for the Hurricanes. That's a appeal for leg before, and umpire Nigel Duguid felt it's hitting the bat, as indicated. It did look like it hit the bat indeed from this vantage point. Bramble was looking to go through the onside, and the ball peeled off and went towards that backward point area. And it was fielded by Terence Ward. It flew off very fast indeed. So had it been pad or even on the thigh of Bramble, would not have gone that far, that pace. So bat involved. So of course, once bat is involved, you should not be given out leg before. Short ball pulled away. Runs for Bramble. Gone for one so far, and the fielder's given chase as the ball goes close to the boundary at square leg. Bramble will come back for the second. Looks like the debutant in Kofi James giving chase and pulled it up just in front of the rope, in front of the Trini Posse stand here at the Queen's Park Oval. Harpy Eagles 76 for 4. Eagles are hunters. The Harpy Eagles are hunters looking for their prey, but so far they are being hunted indeed. Hurricanes proving too much and have blown away the Harpy Eagles in the first innings, and at the moment 76 for 4 represents a strong position as well for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Hemraj so far hit 10 boundaries in his knock of 46. The lone standout so far. Driven nicely down towards long on, and Bramble, once he's in full flight as well, he can give you an entertaining innings. Full ball, and he drove it through the line and will get another boundary. So Bramble moves on to 7. Joseph again pitching up, and Bramble made that on drive look so easy. The fielder is at straightish mid on, but had no chance to his left because it was hit so well. It was well timed. And Bramble, he's a powerful man as well. So no adjustments in the field. 2 slip, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off on the offside. There's a mid on and a fielder at that square leg area right next to the square leg umpire. And perhaps he's giving umpire Joel Wilson a little bit of a talk. Kofi James, the debutant for the Hurricanes, did not impress at all with the bat. He hit 2 boundaries, got off the mark. His first scoring shot in first class cricket was I think it was a cover drive for 4, but did not last very long. Played a swipe and lost the stump to Moti. Beautiful delivery, touchdown and left. Bramble outside the off stump. Good comeback from Alzari Joseph. Roughed up in his previous over by Hemraj. Came back in this over and looked very well. 7 overs bowled by him. So far 3 for 35. Over completed. The Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 80 for 4. So the bogey is on the field again, and the umpires are looking at that area. The bowlers run up at the northern end. Umpire Joel Wilson and now Nigel Duguid coming down. Some gesticulating happening by from umpire Wilson, and don't seem to be that bad. Yesterday, we can imagine, because the sand was loose when the bowlers were running in, but today it looks good. But umpire Wilson perhaps was just checking on something else. 2 slip going down in Rakim Cornwall and Powell. Outside the off stump, almost a chance to the fielder at cover, diving away to his left, could not hold on, and it's going to go into the boundary to bring up the 50 for Paul Hemraj. That's another half century for him at this level, and he's exactly 50 not out from 44 deliveries. That's 11 boundaries for him in this knock, and that's his 12th first class half century. He has one century to go with that, a magnificent 144 against Barbados Pride in Barbados. So this is his 12th first-class half-century. The 28-year-old from Cane Grove on the east coast of Demerara plays his cricket at the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown. It's far from over for him though. He has a start. He'd want to go on in the first match against the Volcanoes. He got a half-century, 66 in the second innings, but then he gifted his wicket away. This is another opportunity for him. And it's good to see the openers are really putting their hands up. Colin, as Louis continues. Oh no! A naughty shot from Hemraj. Pretty much a no shot at a ball that was pitched up. Very straight ball. He was looking to play through the onside. The ball actually perhaps moved a little bit, and he lost his off stump just after passing 50. Another wicket going down. Very well bowled to Jeremiah Louis. Not trying to do too much with the ball. Kept the ball right up and got the rewards. Hemraj bowled by Louis for 50, and the Harpy Eagles, all sorts of trouble. 85, 84 for the loss of 5. Just as I was saying, the openers are putting their hands up. Colin, another wicket going down for the Harpy Eagles.
I mean, I can't describe that one because he seemed to have the ball covered. And he as well looked very surprised when his off stump was uprooted. The only thing I could think is that ball pitched and moved away from him. And he really didn't expect it. He seemed to cover the line and the trajectory of the ball. And all of a sudden, the ball struck the off stump, and he looked more surprised than anybody else. But give Louis credit because it was a ball pitched up to him. And I was about to make the comment that, you know, if you have to find a fault with Hemraj, he tends to pitch the ball too much up. Let's have a look. As this delivery, well, it seemed to do all that much. If it's anything, it's straightened. I don't think he had the line covered. Seemed to have left a little bit of a gap, but it may have just deviated slightly away from him. And the movement was what caught him off guard. So it's a situation where Hemraj, and I was about to make the comment to you, John, that if you've got to find a fault with Paul Hemraj, at times he takes gambles. He hits the ball in the air. And, you know, I would like to see him play a lot more on the ground. Yes, he does it deliberately at times when he goes over the top. But in general, he needs to curb that instinct. But the thing with him, he looks so comfortable. He looks so much in control. And then he gets out. And that's what you need for a Hemraj to carry on and really get a big score. There's some of the bowling figures. The two men taking the wickets, Joseph and Louis. Joseph 3 for 35 and Louis coming back after lunch and picking up the two batsmen that were in the pavilion at lunchtime in terms of Hemraj and Singh. Both getting bowled and both seemed stunned when the stumps were rattled.
Yeah, that's pretty much a nothing shot, you would say, from Hemraj to a full ball. The ball just moved a little bit after pitching from middle, perhaps going towards off, and he lost his off stump. Can't say the pitch has been playing bad at all. It's been true so far. But
I just think it's exceptional bowling,
it
John,
is.
from
It
these
is.
two. I think Louis and Joseph, they're bending their back and they're really running in and putting that ball in the correct, as the saying goes, in the correct areas.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Joseph picking up the wickets of Paul, Hemraj, and Leon Johnson. Yes, you can maybe say there were some loose shots. Paul, a delivery short, angled into him, and he was trying to turn it, got the glove caught down the leg side, disappointed in Hetmyer, playing loosely outside the line of the off stump, peeled off the outside edge, went straight to gully. Leon Joseph playing a delivery that should have been playing straight. He went to leg. But still, you look at the bowling, and these guys, I think they're bending the back, they're running in quickly, and they're trying their best to put the Guyanese batsmen under pressure. I didn't see that when the Guyanese were bowling. What I saw was guys just bowling and waiting for the batsman to make a mistake. Here, you're looking at the Hurricanes, and they're working hard in trying to dismiss the Harpy Eagle batsmen. And they're not waiting for them to get out. They're trying to make things happen. Look at Louis, for example. You know, I mean, they're really... and I think it's been like that this whole game. I don't think the Guyanese attack was very penetrative. They had no impact bowler. There's not much variety in the attack. The good thing is they've got a couple of months in which to put it right, because the third round doesn't start until May. And I honestly think they've got to look at this team. And the win against the Windwards, I must say, they were fortunate. They were fortunate to win that game by a wicket. Thanks mainly to a partnership between Singh and Paul in the first innings that got them close to the Windwards total. And then even chasing 203 with no devils in the pitch, they found themselves, after a good opening stand of 89, suddenly found themselves 183 for 9. And Permaul and Singh had to bring the game home. So, you know, it's not a situation. I think they've been totally exposed this time by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Sometimes a victory, John, is not good. Sometimes a victory can mask the faults in a team. And, you know, I was saying previously in the last game that I found the Guyana attack didn't have that variety that is needed, especially when the Windwards went from 190 for 3 to 215 for 9, and then the last pair came in, and to me, it seemed like if the Guyana bowlers were just waiting for McSween or for Louis to get themselves out, rather than trying to say, listen, this is nonsense, we've got to get this wicket. You know, and I think that's the problem right around with them. But and then, of course, the batting, the top order batting hasn't really come off. Hetmyer has been disappointing in his 4 innings. Leon Johnson has been totally disappointing in his 4 innings. Hemraj had two good knocks. Paul had a couple of good starts as well. Vishal Singh got a 93. So there is the foundation there. Let's just let our viewers know that, of course, you're seeing they're doing a little bit of repair work to the run-up. Don't know what umpire Joel Wilson, he's not bowling, but he's found, I don't think Louis would have had a problem, because Louis is picking up the wickets. He just wants to run in and bowl. But umpire Wilson saw that there was some problem there with that run-up, and it's been repaired. So we're going to restart here with Louis. Yeah, you know, and you're looking at these guys, Louis and Joseph. I just think, John, the body language of the Hurricanes is completely different to the Harpy Eagles.
Most definitely. And we'll resume now with Louis bowling to the new batsman, Kimo Paul. Down the leg side. So Louis and Joseph were roughed up a little bit with their bowling, but they maintained their
That's
plan.
right. That's right.
They came back and they hit back in good areas and they got the rewards. I think the batsmen were not equal to the task, and that's why they lost the wicket. They were not patient enough to respect the good ball, to trying to just blast everything.
They still trailed by 238 runs, and when you think about it, this is the last recognized pair. In Paul and Bramble, it's the last recognized pair to get some runs on the board. I mean, both are capable of getting hundreds. Problem with Bramble in particular, more than Paul, Bramble tends to take chances. Loves to attack the bowling, and he sometimes picks the wrong ball to attack and can lose his wicket. Whereas Kimo Paul, I was impressed with Kimo Paul in the first innings he batted when he got to 73 in that partnership with Vishal Singh. He looked comfortable. He was playing every ball in its merit, and he looked the part.
I do remember they put together that 50-run partnership in the first innings, so they're very capable. It's just a matter of application and batting long, Colin.
Well, John, I have a little bit of a surprise for you. I think they need more than a 50-run partnership in this second innings. They need somewhere in the vicinity of 150 partnership. But even if they do, I mean, Guyana, the Harpy Eagles are still under the gun, because after this pair, you've got the bowlers. You've got Pestano, Permaul, Smith, and Moti.
Yeah, the problems continue from the first innings. 116 all out was not enough to start things off, and that's where the problem was started for the Harp Eagles.
So, John, 2 rounds have been played basically. Or we've just 1 day away from. Well, I don't think we will have another day, but we're just 1 day away from the second round. What do you think the West Indies selectors have learned over these 2 rounds of all the games?
What they've learned, well, I can tell you this, that looking at the 2 rounds that we say almost completed, that they've learned that the batsmen are not necessarily applying themselves, right? We don't want to look at the tracks that they're looking at, that they're playing on, because both teams, if you look at it, both teams are playing on the same track. I think the batsmen are lacking some grey matter, may want to call it, above their shoulder situation.
John, you're very kind. You're a very kind individual, I must say. John, they've learned nothing. The West Indies selectors have learned absolutely nothing over these 2 rounds. There's no name per se that has shone through. And when I say no name, that's 4 runs, is it? Looks like, yes, couldn't get around in time. Let's see, that is, Devon Thomas couldn't get around in time. A good shot, short delivery. And Bramble is going to make hay with those. Yeah, you know when you think of it, when I say no name has shone through, no new name. You look at the Brathwaite 100, Campbell 100, Solozano getting a half century, Hare, Powell, Devon Thomas. You look at the Trinidad and Tobago team, Carrier, as I mentioned, Solozano. Who else? Raja probably got some runs in the first innings, didn't get in the second innings. In terms of the bowling, Anderson, Phillip, here, Joseph. So it's I was hoping that 1 or 2 new names would have popped up, with some sterling performances. They tell me this boy, I didn't see the game, but they said the Mindley bowled pretty well in the game against Trinidad and Tobago, even though Jamaica lost. But they hit back in the second innings with just 81 runs to win. Trinidad and Tobago lost 7 wickets in getting the 81 runs. So that they tell me he bowled very well, Mindley. But outside of that, I'm not too sure where the new generation of stars, for especially at test level, because this is what these 4-day games are. They're looking for new stars to shine through at test level. That's a good shot from Kimo Paul. Delivery pitched up to him, and he hit it nicely to the right of the man at wideish mid-wicket. But there was Alzari Joseph pitching it up. And I've been impressed with Alzari Joseph. I think if he, I hope he gets into the test team, because I think he'll do well. Jaden Seals is another one who, young Jaden Seals. I think they will go back with Kima Roach most likely. Shannon Gabriel has been in and out with injuries, so I'm not sure how fit he will be. That's another good shot from Kimo Paul. He's just going to pick up a single because it was a push rather than a full-blooded on drive or a full-blooded straight drive. More of a push. And just picked up a single. The man from mid-off had to go across to a straightish mid-on to do the fielding. Paul goes to 6. 96 now for 5. Been another bad batting display from the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the second innings. One would have thought that they would have come much better than in their first innings. Bramble is on 13. Yeah, and so they maybe Jaden Seals again pushing for a place. Anderson Phillip. Mindley together with Kima Roach, Alzari Joseph. Not in terms of spinners, not too sure what we're looking at. Warrican out of the Barbados Pride didn't pick up many wickets in the 2 games he's played. And then You have Permaul getting 8 wickets in the first game, nothing in this second game. You've got Cornwall, who hasn't bowled a lot in the first game. In the game against the Barbados Pride, he bowled quite a number of overs and picked up 6 wickets in the entire game. But he bowled a marathon 60-something overs, 62 overs, I believe, in that game. So that there's really and truly, at the end of the day, then you've got wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. He picked up a half century in the game here against the Windwards. But Dorich, he got to 80 odd in the first inning. I think 86 in that game against the Hurricanes. So it's got to get the right formula against the English. Thankfully, Jofra Archer, I don't think he's fit yet, so he's not going to be with the team. And surprisingly, they've left out Broad and Anderson. Now, I'm not sure. You never can tell when teams don't pick some of their star players if they're just resting them because they're playing the West Indies and they feel confident they can beat the West Indies without them. Or is it the end of for Broad and Anderson? I don't think it is, because even though they lost to Australia, they didn't perform badly. When they were given the chance, they didn't perform badly. And then there's, of course, Mark Wood, who is pretty quick. There's Wokes. So make no mistake, I hear people saying they're good. No Broad and no Anderson, no Archer. Well, I'm not sure good for who, because the England team is still going to have a formidable bowling attack. And it means that the West Indies batsmen will have to bat properly, bat long, and try and build an innings. That's a good shot. Just going to pick up a single. Devon Thomas showing some of his footballing skills at long off. As he was going across to his left, had to stop it first with the left boot, then flicked it back towards his right boot, and that stopped the ball from going to the boundary. And Kimo Paul picks up 2 runs. He's looking comfortable at the moment. Anything pitched up to both him and Bramble, you know they're going to go for the drive. Important thing is for both of them to keep it on the ground. Just 2 slips in a gully. It's a good delivery from Louis. Louis in his 7th over, 2 for 32. It's another one who's bent his back. Sherman Lewis didn't bowl badly here for the Windward Islands, and he picked up 5 wickets against the Red Force. So he's one that maybe just on the outskirts of selection, because he got 4 for 59 in the first innings against the Harpy Eagles. So he didn't get anything in the second innings. The 9 wickets to fall. He was not able to pick up any wickets. Demba did most of the bowling, which was Demba bowled non-stop from the lunch interval until the end of the match. Picked up 5 wickets. So Lewis, who I thought should have come back into the attack, only had about 5 overs in that second innings, as they depended on Edward and Demba to win the game for them. The end of the over from Louis. No alarms for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've been playing each ball on its merit. These two, Bramble and Paul. Bramble on 13 from 12 deliveries. Paul on 8. What the Harpy Eagles would be hoping that Bramble doesn't get carried away. Tends to be very confident in his batting, but when he gets in, tends to get a little loose in some of his shot selection. Tries to take on the fieldsman in the deep. So, but that's not the idea today. Today is the idea to consolidate. Just bat. Just bat. Keep your wicket intact. And the old adage, runs will come. Once they bat, the target in terms of the amount that they trail by will come down. and they will also put themselves in some sort of form. Joseph is out of the attack, and Colin Archibald, the man with the super name, is into bowl. Starts with a no ball. 99 now for 5. So and that's the thing we talk about, variety. And I know not all teams can have it, but the Leeward Islands, you've got the two quick men. Well, you've got the Joseph, who is quick. You got Louis, who's just about fast medium, moving the ball. Now you got a left arm seamer. So it always helps with a little bit of variety in your attack. And this Hurricanes team, they're full of that, because the spinners, one is a right arm off spinner, and then you've got Durham, who is the left arm orthodox spinner. What we haven't seen in the Caribbean for a little while, and we do have a couple leg spinners, but I want to see a leg spinner that turns the ball big, bowls the wrong one, gives the batsman trouble with his variety. I would love to also see a back of the hand left arm spinner. Where have they gone? Going way back to the days of Inchanali. And then we had a youngster who loads of promise. Every time I think of his name, it bleeds my heart. Young Shervan Prague, under 19 cricketer who was full of promise and died in a car accident. Left arm back of the hand spinner and a left hand batsman. Don't see those kind of qualities much again around the region. So all the coaches out there, please find a back of the hand left arm unorthodox spinner. West Indies cricket crying out for those kind of players. Just one run away from the 100. So Archibald deciding he's going to go wide of that off stump to Bramble, just trying to tempt him. Just 2 slips on a gully, and the field not deeply set in terms of there's no long off, no long on. Deep mid wicket. Some of the positions Bramble loves to go after. Just got to curb his enthusiasm for those type of shots today. He's doing well so far. Seems to be the new Bramble, because the old Bramble would have gone after, if not all, one of those balls, and could have struck 1 for 4 and then could have got the edge. Here, he's very disciplined, allowing it to go through, to be taken by Hamilton. 1 delivery left in over number 21. 99 for 5. Archibald in his 4th over. And that's a good discipline shown by Bramble, because he's left all the deliveries wide of the off stump. So it's a little bit of that cat and mouse game that is being played by Archibald. He's trying to tempt Bramble to go after those wideish deliveries. And of course, it can either go to the boundary for 4, or it can get the outside edge. But Bramble has resisted thus far. How long can he do that? Well, time will tell. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue. He's in the midst of a very good spell, having a chat there with skipper Jamar Hamilton. Hamilton has to go all the way down to the wicket-keeping position as Louis shines the ball on his way back to the top of his mark. Still just the 2 slips on the gully for this time Kimo Paul. He's on 8. That's well played by Paul. He's picking up the single, and that's the 100. 100 is now up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 100 for 5. It's Paul getting on the front foot, showing a lot of discipline as well, pushing it out to the man at long off in Devon Thomas. Thomas has now come into the orthodox mid-off position, and Joseph is also coming into the orthodox mid-on position, whereas they were about halfway back to the boundary for Paul, thinking that Paul may try to go over the top. I'm a little concerned with that, because I would think Bramble is the one who will more or less try to go over the top rather than Paul. Not saying Paul wouldn't try it, but if I had to pick a choice of which one would go over the top, I would more or less say it would be Bramble. But of course Hamilton disagrees with me. He thinks that Bramble is going to play it along the ground, so he's brought in mid-off and mid-on. Oh, that's a beauty! But I don't think Louis didn't seem that confident at the beginning. Louis did not go up right away for the appeal. It was the appeal went up with the wicket keeper and the slips. Then Louis turned and started to appeal. Now, previously, when Louis is confident, he just runs away and starts to roll all over the ground. Here, he did not appeal right away. Let's maybe we can have a look at it here in the replay. Have a look at Louis when the ball passes. Now he starts to run away after the appeal went up from first slip. And even wicketkeeper Hamilton didn't go up right away. That's a delivery angled into Bramble. Hit him high up. Yeah, so the two main men to me didn't seem confident and didn't appeal right away. That's Hamilton and Louis. Whereas Cornwall and Powell at first and second slip, they went up immediately and they were joined in the appeal by Hamilton and Louis. So I think umpire Wilson, and I'm just judging it on their reaction, I would have to say umpire Wilson made a good decision. But that may have struck. I see Bramble getting a little bit of attention being paid to him by umpire Duguid. Wicketkeeper Hamilton. I love it when the opposition comes around, you know, because you could never tell if the opposition is trying to say to the batsman, what's really wrong with you? You know, as if indicating that, come on, you could take that like a man and continue. But it seemed to have hit him somewhere high up on the right thigh. So that would have hurt. It came back at Bramble. The good delivery from Louis, because he's been moving that ball away from the right-hander. This one seemed to have come back at him. Going to have a bit of a water break not a bit, but we're going to have a water break one time. And just three balls bowled in this over, 100 for 5.
So Colin, what treatment the physios on the field, because Bramble was hitting that area where you do not want to be hit.
Niagara Falls?
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, he was hitting Niagara Falls. Okay.
So what treatment do you think the physio will be able to give him?
I don't have a clue. I know when you're hitting Niagara Falls, you just got to bend down, keep your feet up, go back down until the pain goes. There's no treatment for that, John. Trust me. And I've been hitting Niagara Falls already. And there's absolutely no treatment. You just go down and you go back up. Down and up until it goes away. But a drink of water, I suppose, will also help. But I think you're asking the wrong man. I'll put you on to, I don't know if Dr. Oba is here. The man who's, well, you can ask Dr. Oba. He's much more qualified than I am. But I know he's here to give PCR tests and those type of things, not for treatment for if you get hit in that kind of area. But a good delivery from Louis. It came back at Bramble. So he's actually now mixing up his deliveries.
And he's maintained that pace.
Yeah.
He's been bowling within himself and maintaining a high pace. And just like Joseph, he's getting some good rewards from the pitch because he's bending his back, putting in the hard work. And he's got 2 wickets under his belt so far. And of course, Joseph with the other 3.
And the medium pacers have been bowling so well, John, that we've only saw in Cornwall just over 2, I think, before lunch. And the man who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings and bowled very well, I thought, Durham, 3 for 16. We haven't seen him into the attack yet.
And you mentioned Cornwall earlier as you were speaking about spinners looking into the West Indies team. Cornwall was not required because of the way the seamers handled the Harpy Eagles batsmen in this game so far. And likewise, Durham is not called upon as yet. I think he looked good. First time seeing him, just his 5th first-class game.
The thing is, though, John, when you look at the makeup of a lot of the teams, we've got so many left-arm orthodox spinners. You've got 2 in this team, right? You've got 1 in the Hurricanes. You look at the Volcanoes, they've got Larry Edward. You got Trinidad and Tobago. Carrier isn't getting into the team, but you got Akil Hussain on tour.
Jamel Warrican
in Barbados. I mean, we've got enough left-arm spinners to give away. You need, where are the off spinners? I see Brian Charles is trying to make a name for himself for the Red Force, but then you've got Cornwall. But I don't know of very many other. This young guy who seemed to be on the way up has been left out by the Guyana team, Sinclair. But I don't know where else the off spinners are coming from. So we're looking for the talent. We're searching for the talent, but right now it's not too much out there.
Yeah.
And I would love to see a leg spinner, to be honest. There is some of the summary of the scores so far. Guyana 116, the Leewards 438 for 7 declared, and in the second innings Guyana 100 for 5. Yeah, so I would much, as I was saying, love to see a leg spinner. I don't think Hayden Walsh Jr., especially at test level, is going to create any problems. He's not creating any problems anywhere else. He had a good season a couple years ago. He hasn't kicked on.
Yeah.
He seems to me he's bowling the same way he was bowling 2 years ago. You would have thought that his variety would have improved. So, and don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying he's bowling badly. It's just that he hasn't stepped up to his level. I am looking at improvement. I am looking and saying, okay, where were you 2 years ago as to where you are now? And to me, where were you 2 years ago to where you are now, you haven't stepped up from level 2 to level 3 or level 4, then we have to start to also look around. But it's interesting. It's a pity. I would have loved to have seen another round of play. Yeah. Before the England tour, but it's a pity because 2 matches good enough, but it's to me we needed another round of play before that English tour, just to see anybody else coming on track. Well, the players are back onto the field, and we're just getting ready with Louis, and that's another good delivery. He's getting some pace as well, because that pitched and left Bramble was a good delivery. He had to play at it, and that's the kind of deliveries you want to see. You want to make the batsman play, get the movement, get the bounce, get it to swing away, and he did all of that. Was unlucky not to get the edge of Bramble's bat. Bramble remains on 13. So much depends on these two, at least to get some kind of respectability to the total. He was thinking of the single. It's not on, because the man running around Ward to his right from mid-wicket. Yeah, you would want to see the Guyana team maybe get to 250, 275. Don't think they will avoid an innings defeat, but certainly they would want to restore some kind of pride in their cricket. Because when you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't look good for them. It's a good delivery from Louis. If you notice Louis now, he's going a little wider of the crease. His run is taking him wider of the crease, so he's able to angle the ball into the right-hander, and if he pitches right, hits the seam, he's going to take it away. So it's been a good spell from him. He's just completed his 8th over, 2 for 33. And one would expect Colin Archibald is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, Archibald. But did get a wicket in the first innings. Matter of fact, he got 3 wickets. My apologies to him. Got Bramble. We'd love to get Bramble again. Got Vishal Singh. And he got Veerasamy Permaul. Those were his 3 victims. But Bramble is at the non-striker's end, so he's got to cope first with Kimo Paul. Paul is on 19. Sorry, he's on 9. So you can see Archibald, his intention is to bowl that ball wide of the off stump. Now he's bowling with a 7-2 field. The 2 men on the onside he's got a mid-on, and then he's got a deep backward square leg. So it's 2 slips and a gully. So he's going to start that ball, and that's the thing. When you've got a field set like this, you tend not to bowl on the stumps because the batsman can just work that ball into the leg side. So he's going wide of the off stump, but that's much better. He's on the line of the off stump. You see right away, Kimo Paul it glanced to the leg side because he knows anytime Archibald is slightly offline, he can work that ball into the vacant leg side area through the forward square leg position, through mid wicket. He's going to pick up runs. But because of the field, Archibald is exaggerated carrying that ball outside the line of the off stump. And it's too wide. Great conditions here again at the Oval. Beautiful sunny day. That's a full toss, and that's a lovely shot. That deserved what it's got. It was a poor delivery from Archibald, a full toss, and Kimo Paul just stood there and said, thank you very much. Even though there's protection outside in that cover region, there's a short extra cover. I would think that cover was about halfway back to the boundary, and he just turned and ran after the ball. He never even attempted to stop it. It was hit so powerfully by Kimo Paul. He goes into double figures. He joins Bramble on 13. But that was a poor delivery from Archibald. And one would expect he's going to get back onto that line of wide of the off stump. Oh, that's a poor shot. What is Kimo Paul up to? And that's the, okay, I think it's a no ball. Was it a no ball? No? Well, that's the only thing I thought. He may have thought it was a no ball. What a shot. Where did that come from?
I know yesterday we had power outage, but that was a shot in the dark from Kimo Paul.
A shot in the dark? I think that was a power outage moment for him. What was that? It was a pure swipe. That's the only way you could describe that. He just charged down the wicket. His head was looking towards the Caribbean stand. The ball was outside the off stump. His bat was going over his shoulder. Nothing was right. Slower delivery from Archibald. I just can't understand it. I mean, you see these things, John, and you try to figure out in your own mind, what was he thinking? I mean, you're 13 not out. You're batting well. You're now in a partnership with 20. Your team is in trouble. You came into bat with a total, on 84 for 5. And you're batting. It's not to say, I could understand if you're in trouble. You have a little fishing, ball coming off the edge of the bat and thing. And you get, this time it's a no ball from Archibald. And that's the one Paul leaves alone. Well, what do you say to things like that? Yeah, I could understand if you feel you're in trouble and you need a boundary to just get a little confidence. But, I mean, tell you this, it's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. And this is a young man that has talent. It's not to say that Kimo Paul is a number 10 batsman. You expect things like that from a number 10. That's unlucky for Archibald, just getting the inside edge and back onto the pads of Paul. It's the end of the over from Archibald. He's just completed his 5th over, none for 22. It's 105 for 5. Kimo Paul and Bramble both are on 13. And the Harpy Eagles, they still trail John by 217 runs.
Still a far way to go here, Colin, but we have lots of time. Time for the batsmen to bat like the Leeward Islands Hurricanes did. They batted out the entire first day after they were replying to 116, and they did not lose a wicket. So if this partnership can extend into not necessarily runs but time, it will be good for the Harpy Eagles.
You know, it's interesting you make mention of that, because when you're in the field and you see how the batsmen are batting. Here's Louis again. It's a good shot. See, they're capable of playing shots like that. It's going to go to the boundary, it just gets home. Yeah, they're capable of playing shots like that, and then, then 2 balls later, somebody swipes at a ball, and you just, But, as you mentioned yesterday, look at the application and the discipline shown by Hodge and Powell. I can't remember a shot they played, but at the end of the day, they were 124 for none. It was amazing.
So Bramble moves up to 17 and cuts the lead to 213, the deficit to 213. So we just need some application. Bramble has a 196 against this very opposition that was scored at Providence a few seasons ago. And Kimo Paul, he also has a original first-class 100. So these guys, they're very capable, like you were mentioning, Colin. You don't want to describe them as necessarily brainless, but sometimes you really need to put that on some of the players. Taking a single. So Bramble, he's been around for quite some time at this level. And then he spoke about his fitness preventing him from going to the international level, but he's been a hard worker for the Guyana side. He's played all formats. Bramble. He's been around since he has replaced Darwin Christian in 2013. Darwin Christian was a long-standing keeper for Guyana just before Bramble burst onto the scene. Bramble took the opportunity with both gloves, and he's held on to that position ever since. Gone are the days we had the very short season, 5 matches, and multiple keepers being tried, sometimes being wrestling for a spot on the national team. Now we had Vishal Singh, Vishal Nagamutu, Kenneth Wong back in the days, Azib Ali Hanif. Those are some of the keepers that were working hard in the 90s into the early 2000s for places on the Guyana national side. Then in came Darwin Christian, and he held on to that position for quite a while until Anthony Bramble broke into the side. We have Devin Imlach, who was with the West Indies on the 19 team when they won the World Cup in 2016. He's in the squad but is not playing. That's a lovely shot from Kimo Paul. So width on offer from Jeremiah Louis, and there's Kimo Paul backing away and driving square of the wicket, and we get a boundary to end the over. So Paul moves on to 17. Bramble has one more on 18 at the end of 24 overs in the Harpy Eagles' second innings. They're 114 for 5, still trailing by 208. So you look at the wicket keeping abilities of those around right now and the opportunities that are available. We had Kemal Savory, who played a few matches at the List A level for the Guyana team. He is back home in Guyana. Devin Imlach, like I said, who played in the Under-19 World Cup when West Indies won that tournament. He's in the squad but is not playing. And he's also capable of making the side even as a batsman. Bramble can remain with the gloves. Maybe that's something for the selectors to look at. Devin Imlach. And he's very fit. He's super fit, in fact. He was on the field for most of day 2 when Captain Leon Johnson, who took that blow to his face, was off the field. Archibald starts a new over and bowls outside the off stump to Bramble. So Bramble now in his 68th first class game. Like I said, he has a 196 under his belt, 196 not out at Providence. That's his highest score. 3 centuries overall for him to go 12 half centuries. Batting in our wicket-keeper spot. Batting at 6 in this innings, but usually 6-7 for him in the lineup. Has his fair share of opportunities, but could have done a bit more than 12 half centuries. 3 centuries. He has a golden opportunity here to really make this start count. 114 for 5. They have to wipe off 208. For the 208. Outside the off stump, but not tempting Bramble into that shot. I want to say good afternoon to another wicket-keeper batsman in the Skeldon area, Sidney Jackman. We call him the old tiger back home in Guyana. Good afternoon, Mr. Jackman. Wide outside the off stump again from Archibald. 2 fielders on the onside. So as a result of that, Archibald angling most of his deliveries outside the off stump, looking to get 2 slips and gully in play. There's also a fielder at deep backward point, right back on the boundary. There's an extra cover. Bit off. And a man at cover. So the line of attack from Archibald is outside the off stump, looking to get the edge and dry up whatever runs will come for Bramble through that offside. So far, Bramble not tempted. A good innings from him so far. 32 deliveries faced. You know, Bramble likes to get on with things, so 3 boundaries for him. Kimo Paul on 17 also hitting 3 boundaries. Drives a low full toss to extra cover. And Munson Hodge does the fielding. Another over completed. It's a maiden. So 114 for 5. The Guyana Harpy Eagles batting a second time. Bramble 18, Kimo Paul 17. Still to come for the Harpy Eagles, we have Clinton Pestano, Veerasammy Permaul, Gudakesh Motie, and Niall Smith, the bowlers. Back in the pavilion already, Chandapur, that's stage 9, Chandapur 4, Chandapur Hemraj 50, Shimron Hetmyer 5, Leon Johnson no score, and Vishal Singh 18. The same 5 were dismissed in the first innings with a score at 37 for 5. So the top order once again for the Harpy Eagles, not getting the type of runs that they need to really put on a good showing in this contest. Just Singh Paul Hemraj with 50. Looked the part. Vishal Singh stuck around for a little bit on 18. But other than that, it's single figures for Tejan Singh Paul, Hetmyer, and Leon Johnson, who failed to trouble the scorers. So Daniel Durham is introduced from the northern end of the ground, the Jerry Gomez media center end. He's 6'7". So he's going to be into the attack now. He's going to be bowling his first delivery to Kimo Paul. Does not deliver. In the first innings, he picked up 3 wickets for 16 from just 6 overs of left arm spin. Starts on the pad of Paul. Half-hearted appeal, you'd say. But it's coming from a very high trajectory, looking at in the model of someone like Suleiman Ben, who also bowled left arm spin, who was coming from a very high. This one is punching at Paul outside the off stump. So just like Colin mentioned earlier, we have lots of left arm spinners around the region. I know. And this is Kimo Paul sweeping. We'll get some runs. The ball is going to run away down towards fine leg, getting closer to the boundary, and will win the race ahead of the fielder. And 4 runs to Kimo Paul, 4 runs signaled by umpire Joel Wilson. So Paul moves on with that boundary to 21. It's now 118 for 5. And the deficit coming down to less than 200. It's now 204. Getting closer to that 200 run mark. So lots of left arm spinners. And when you look at the West Indies under 19 team that played in the recent under 19 World Cup, this one is in the air over mid wicket. Kimo Paul taking on Daniel Durham, and this one is gone for a 6. And that's a good shot, safe shot in the end. Just 2 fielders on the onside, one at mid on, one at a deep backward square. And this one went over mid-wicket. So a safe shot for Kimo Paul. Got good connection and a very quick action from Kimo Paul, whipping that one. It's 124 now for the loss of 5. And the deficit has been reduced to under 200. It's now 198. And Paul moves up to 27. The partnership is now 40 runs between Bramble and Paul. Here's Durham again. And there goes Paul again, looking to get some runs through the offside. They got together to score in 84 for 5 when Hemraj was bowled by Louis in the 18th over. They bat very well together, as you can see from the first innings. So it's now 125. First over from Durham coming to an end, conceding 11 runs. So at the end of 26 overs in the Harpy Eagles second innings, 125 for 5. West Indies senior men's team will be in action again tomorrow when they take on India in the second of 3 T20 internationals in India. That game is going to begin at 9:30 Eastern Caribbean time. And just to let you know what's happening right here in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the next game that is on in this round. The Windies Islands 134 for 8 in their second innings. 134 for 8, still trailing by 95 runs. They need to wipe off that 95 if they're going to avoid an innings defeat. But it seems that defeat is inevitable. It's staring them in the face. And that game perhaps will finish today. It means that another 4-day game finishing in 3 days. Oh, how's that? How's and then Kimo Paul looking to ram that ball, and it was outside the off stump, edge found, and there was Jamar Hamilton diving away to his right and coming up with an easy catch. And Kimo Paul, not sure exactly what he was trying to do. First ball of a new over, and he has lost his wicket. So the Harpy Eagles losing their vice captain. Kimo Paul caught at the wicket of Archibald for 28. 125 now for the loss of 6. Far away from forcing the Leeward Islands to bat a second time, but very close to a Leeward Islands victory. So it's a very bad miss for Kimo Paul. We'll try to bring up the replay to see exactly what he was trying to do. But it was not a good shot. It was a get-out shot. He was trying to ramp Archibald, but then the ball was not in that on that line, and then he realized it was not on. Tried to correct himself, and the edge was found. It was a bit too late for him, and he was caught behind. Here goes. Not sure why he would want to ramp at this stage when you're battling for survival. And quite often we've seen that Archibald has been bowling outside the off stump to these right-handers, so the shot was not on even before when you look around at what was happening previously. But in the end, it's a good wicket for the Hurricanes, and they're going to be just looking for 4 more scalps, just 4 more wickets for them to complete a convincing victory against the Harpy Eagles inside 3 days. And just like what's happening in Taruba with the Red Force 326 and the Windward Islands Volcanoes 98 all out, and now 134 for 8, just may very well happen that both games will finish in 3 days. We'll never know. So the new batsman is Clinton Pestano, and he's going to be facing up to Colin Archibald Jr., who's bowling with his tail up now, just having picked up his first wicket. Was not the best of deliveries, you'd want to say, but it was just Kimo Paul trying to get out, and he did so by feathering one to Jamar Hamilton, the keeper. Pestano immediately getting a good delivery and driving on the onside. So that's Kimo Paul caught by Hamilton for 18. So there will be a break after this round to facilitate the West Indies versus England Test Series. 3-match Test Series, which begins on the 8th of March. The first Test match will be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in Antigua. The second will head to Kensington Oval in Barbados from March 16. And the third and final in the series will be played in Grenada from March 24. After that, we'll see the resumption of the regional 4-day tournament, West Indies 4-day championship, with 3 more matches scheduled for April. Outside the off stump again from Archibald. So that has been his line of attack. Yet we see Kimo Paul trying to ramp Archibald. Shot was not on. Then the ball directed outside his off stump, tried to correct himself, but by then the edge was found and it went into the hands of the wicketkeeper Jamar Hamilton, who's having a good match in front and behind the stumps, and his leadership as captain has been very good as well. Full delivery, looking to drive, peeling off the toe of the bat. Pestano is known to play his shots as well. Plays his cricket in Berbice at the Rose Houghton Youth and Sports Club. He's had a few matches as well in Georgetown for Everest. Clinton Pestano. So the Harpy Eagles, they've made a better showing in this game, in this innings, than the first innings. The first innings they were blown away for just 116. They're doing a little bit better, 126 for 6 in the second innings. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes batted once, 438 for 7 declared. Munson Hodge 71, Kieran Powell 74, Devon Thomas 72, Kofi James 11, Jamar Hamilton 48, Terrence Ward 78 not out, Raheem Cornwall 15, Colin Archibald, who's bowling now, 38. Good delivery on the line of the off stump, and Pestano defends, and that's the end of the over. 27 overs completed. Successful one for Archibald, the one in which he got the wicket of Kimo Paul for 18. The Harpy Eagles batting a second time, 126 for 6. So Daniel Durham is going to continue. He's bowling from the Jerry Gomez media center end. And there goes the broom from Bramble, sweeping. And he'll get a single. Archibald has placed on that deep backward square boundary. He comes into play immediately. So the Harpy Eagles now 127 for 6. Pestano, who's yet to get off the mark, is on strike. He's going to take strike for the first time from Daniel Durham. Durham in his second over conceded 11 in his opening over, and already a single in his second over. Pestano down the track, looking to drive back past the bowler, not able to do so. Still to come for Sami Permaul and Gurukesh Motie, the left arm spinners, and fast bowler Niles Smith. So not really a lot to look forward to in terms of the Harpy Eagles batting. .127 for 6. The second session, day number 3. Here's Pestano defending back of the track, feeling that extra cover. And that's the end of the over. Archibald perhaps will continue. 127 for the loss of 6. Pestano yet to get off the mark, and Bramble is on 19. Bramble and Kimo Paul put together 4-1. 4-1 runs for the 6th wicket partnership. In the first innings, they put together 50, which represented the best partnership of the first innings. This time they put on 41. So So there's a bowling change at the southern end of the ground, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, with Alzari Joseph being reintroduced into the attack, replacing Archibald. So Joseph picking up 3 earlier wickets. The wickets of Kimo Paul, Shimon Hetmyer, and Leon Johnson. Here he is. Outside the off stump, and Bramble bangs this one through the covers. Terence Ward doing good service on the cover boundary. We want to wish Aaron Bihari out of Everest and Young Warriors best of luck as he's heading to Sri Lanka on invitation of the Ontario Cricket Academy. He has left Guyana today to join the Ontario Cricket Academy side. And they'll be having a tour to Sri Lanka. A quick single taken by Pestano, who's looking to get off the mark. He does so, because Kofi James does not hit the woodwork at the non-striker's end. Could have very well resulted in a wicket had James hit that woodwork. But Pestano is off the mark. Yes, we want to say best wishes to young Aaron Bihari, under 19 cricketer in Guyana. He's given an opportunity by the Ontario Cricket Academy for a tour of Sri Lanka, and he has embarked on that journey beginning today. Best of luck, Aaron. This one is hit over the head of the fielder at mid-off, and it's going to into the boundary at long on. 4 runs to Anthony Bramble. As the type of shots we know Bramble is capable of playing, and this time he was playing it very early to what was pitched up from Alzari Joseph. Joseph coming back for another spell, and immediately being roughed up by Anthony Bramble. Score now 133 for 6 wickets and a deficit 189. So a far way to go for the Harpy Eagles, but Bramble, who's in the middle, will be trying his level best to get a decent score for himself. With Tevin Imlach in the squad, he know that his side is his place in this side can be in jeopardy. So perhaps he's batting to save himself. 38 he top scored within the first innings. And this time he goes again. The aerial route will not get the boundary. It's hitting higher on the bat, that he was trying to replicate the shot. And it goes in the air a bit higher, and also to the right of the fielder at mid-off. And he'll have to scamper back for the second run. So not entirely the same delivery. It was on the same line, but not the same length. It was held back just a little bit by Joseph. Bramble looking to go through the line again, but got it high on the bat. And this time not the boundary, but just a double. But he's looking to be positive, to maintain that positive temperament, Anthony Bramble. Full delivery, well bowled. The Yorker. We haven't seen the Yorker a lot in this match so far. It's really a good sight when the fast bowlers can hit those full deliveries. So that's the end of the over. It's now 136 for 6. The Guyana Harpy Eagles batting a second time against the Leeward Islands Volcanoes here at the Queen's Park Oval. And just to give you an update on the other match that is in play in this round, the Barbados Pride, they have extended their position to 415 for the loss of 3. 415 for 3. They're now enjoying a lead of 87 runs over the Jamaica Scorpions. But Jonathan Carter, he has a half century of his own. He's on 68. But very importantly, Craig Braffett, 218. 218 and still going. I think he has picked himself, even if he was not captain, as opener for the West Indies side heading into that test series, which bowls off on March 8th. Craig Braffett, 218 not out. Here is Durham. And there is Bramble sweeping. There's a field at the backward square. So just one to Bramble, 137 for 6. We have to pay close attention to that match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Windward Islands, they're holding on, 148 for 8. Dennis Smith, the wicketkeeper batsman, he's brought up his half century. He's on 58. With him is Kenneth Demba, yet to get off the mark. This is Pestano going high and hard. This is traveling, and it's going to go one bump over the boundary ropes at mid-wicket. Pestano got a full delivery and hit it through the onside. And that's his first boundary. Second scoring shot. He's now on to 5. 141 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Durham in his third over. The batsmen have taken a liking to Durham so far. He had 3 for 16 in the first innings, but is wicketless so far and has gone for some runs. Outside the off stump, a quicker delivery, and this time he's going to get another boundary. Pestano. It was a short ball, and Pestano just hit it very hard, driving it through the covers. Jeremiah Louis had an opportunity to stop it, and he was beaten as well, and the ball went into the boundary. It's now 145 for the loss of 6 wickets. So back-to-back boundaries for Clinton Pestano, both in convincing fashion, so he's riding high on confidence. He's now on to 9. And sweeping well. We'll get some runs again. This should go into the boundary at that fine leg region, and does so just now ahead of Terence Ward, who's been doing some good work in the outfield, but this time lost the battle, and that's a third consecutive boundary to Clinton Pestano, and all off the bowling of Durham. So in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, Jonathan Carter, who I just gave you an update on 68, he's out at the same score. So it's now 415 for the loss of 4 wickets, the Barbados Pride. It means that captain and opening batsman Craig Braffett is still there on 218. So Harty getting the wicket of Jonathan Carter via the leg before route. That's the end of the over. Durham giving 3 boundaries in that over. It's the score now 149 for the loss of 6. 30 overs completed in the Harpy Eagles' second innings. Bramble 28 not out, with him Pestano 13 not out. Partnership of 24 runs so far. There we saw the fall of 6 wickets to date in the second innings of the Harpy Eagles. Paul 4, Hemraj 50, Hetmyer 5, Leon Johnson no score, Vishal Singh 18, and moments ago Kimo Paul 28, all back in the pavilion. So the lower order asks to survive, but we'll have some work to do, as Joseph 3 for 54, 2 for 42 from Louis, and 1 for 23 Archibald, the wicket takers. Cornwall yet to pick up a wicket. 2 overs, none for 5, is back into the attack. And there's a reverse sweep from Anthony Bramble to greet Cornwall at the start of a new over. And he is going to pick up another boundary, Bramble. A ball that was on the line of what would have been his off stump, but he reverse swept, making it into his leg stump, and it went into the boundary for 4. And now the 150 coming up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 153 for a loss of 6. Bramble is into the 30s. He's now on to 32. Pestano on 13. So the partnership as well going to 28. Hemraj and Vishal Singh put on 59 for the 4th wicket. And Kimo Paul and Bramble put on 41 for the 6th wicket. They need more than just that. They're going to really stay in this contest. It's all Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Rakeem Cornwall with number 93 written on his shirt. Just 2 steps and delivers. And here is Bramble sweeping, reverse sweeping again, and it's half stopped by Powell. And they will come back and complete 2 runs. So the intent is very clear from Anthony Bramble. He's going to continue to be positive. Anything that he can score off, he's going to try to do so. The fielder that was in the ring, what would have been the ring for a limited overs game, has been pushed back down towards the boundary at that deep backward point region. Here he's going to come into play again, as he's going to have to run around towards cover. And 2 more runs to Bramble. So Cornwall in his return over, start of a new spell, just a bit too wide outside the off stump of Bramble, and Bramble being able to cash in so far. This time he goes on the stump, and with the tide, Bramble turns it into the onside. Hemraj with a half century in this game, half century in the previous game. Not carrying on at all. Just 1 century he has to his name. So yet again we see another problem with our batsmen not being able to have that conversion rate better. A dot ball to end the over. The first and a new spell from Cornwall. At the end of it, Harpy Eagles batting a second time, 157 for 6. Brilliant sunshine. It's a good time to welcome back Colin.
Yeah, brilliant sunshine. It's been a good day again here at the Queen's Park Oval. Lovely day for cricket if you're young and fit. John, you still take a little knock every now and again?
Yeah, I still play with the Everest Masters down in Georgetown. Yeah.
In sunshine like this?
No. We play in the afternoon.
That's sensible. That's very sensible. Well, you're a master, right? So
that's right.
You think a lot. So it's really a hot day. But Durham is going to continue. They left orthodox spinner bowling between. This is heaving it. He said it well. Now the thing is, and you know, I don't agree with field setting like this. The man is halfway back to the boundary. The man at long off. Now, had he been on the rope, it would have been a comfortable catch for, who is it there? I'm not, he's just, is that Devon Thomas? Yeah. He's got Powell at long off, halfway to the boundary. He's got Thomas at long, Powell is at long on, Thomas is at long off. There goes Thomas again. He goes about, I would say about 10 meters or so inside the, from the boundary rope. Now, Bramble came down the track. Pestano came down the track, had a heave at it. It went over the head of Thomas at long off and dropped just 1 bounce in front of the rope. Had he been right out on the boundary rope, it would have been a sitter. So Pestano now has changed his tactics, has gone into defense after that first delivery when he attacked Durham. Went down the track. So he got away with that. And only got away with it because the man was halfway inside the boundary. Just don't understand field placing like that. Have the man in the rope. If he mishits, well then that's fine. If the man has to come in and take the catch and get there, that's always easier to run in to take the catch than a ball going back over your head. Because it's not there for the mishit. He obviously feels that Pestano can't clear the man at long off and long on, so he's brought them in 10, 12 meters inside the boundary rope. quicker delivery from Durham to end the over. Quicker, flatter in trajectory. It's the end of the over from Durham. He's now had 4 overs, none for 29, which is a far cry from his first innings when he bowled 6 overs, 3 for 16. There is now, there is the bowling figures. Joseph, 9 overs, 3 for 54. It's been the pick of the bowlers. Jeremiah Louis, he's bowled very well. 9 overs, 2 for 42. Archibald, 7 overs, 1 for 23. Cornwall, he's just had 3 overs, none for 13. And Durham, he's had 4 overs for 29 runs. So he's been roughed up in this second innings. And the summary of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting so far. Paul for 4. Hemraj batted very well. Seemed to have played across a delivery again from Louis. Didn't cover that off stump. But he went for 50. Hetmyer caught in the gully, driving loosely outside the off stump. Went for 5. Johnson playing across the line to Joseph. Went without scoring. Singh, he lost his leg stump as he came too far inside the line looking to turn a delivery to leg. Was surprised that that ball hit the leg stump. And Kimo Paul, well, you're never sure what Kimo Paul does because he was backing, he seemed to go outside the off stump, then he got that right leg outside the line of the off stump, then pulled it back inside and pushed at a delivery from Archibald outside the line of the off stump, took the outside edge and went into the gloves of Hamilton. He went caught for 28. So it's been another poor batting display. Bramble, however, is holding up proceedings because he's on 36 from 46 deliveries. There's a long, there's a long on right back on the boundary rope, but yet we see the mid-off. He's gone about halfway back to the boundary. So if Bramble goes over the top, he can certainly clear that man at mid-off. The question is, will Bramble go after Cornwall, or is he going to wait for the bad ball, be very sedate in his approach? I don't think sedate and Bramble goes hand in hand. There he goes with a reverse sweep. Doesn't make contact, comes out the gloves of Hamilton, running down to the boundary. Hodge does the fielding, but not before they pick up 2. Is that 2 extras, 2 byes? Because Bramble, yes, he actually made contact with it. So it's 2 runs to Bramble. Thought for a moment it was byes, but it did come off maybe the back end of the bat. So you have to consider that chance. But when a batsman is playing that reverse sweep, it can literally go anywhere. This time it went between the wicketkeeper and first slip. And Bramble picks up 2 runs. Well, if he gets 100, he wouldn't care how those runs come. Even if he gets to a half century, he will remember those 2 runs. And he will certainly say, well, it helped him to get from 48 to 50. But that's 12 runs away still for Bramble. Comes down the track. He's hit this high. He's connected well because it's going to clear the man at mid-wicket. It goes into that Caribbean stand. A good hit. He used his feet, came down the track. He looked at the delivery. He kept his eye on the ball all the way, and he lifted it high. He connected with that one, as they say, in the middle of the bat. The older folk would say the meat of the bat that came off of. And it cleared the man at deep mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket and there's a long on. Both of those players are right back on the boundary rope. And Bramble picks up 6 runs. He goes to 44. 169 for 6. Backing away as that delivery was turning into the right-hander. Powell has to come off the boundary ropes to do the fielding, but not before the batsman can cross for 2. It was a good shot. That was much more controlled. It was pitch outside the off stump, spinning into Bramble, and you could see him making some room for himself and then guiding it down to that deep backward point. So end of the over from Cornwall. He's now completed his 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And the total up to 171 for 6. This Guyana Harpy Eagles still trail by 151 runs. Somehow just can't see them asking the Windward Islands to bat again. And if they do, well, we'll be here all of tomorrow. Durham. Daniel Durham is going to continue. He's bowling between the umpire and the stumps, running round the wicket. Gives this to me, and Pestano not tempted. Let's see, the two men, man at mid-off has dropped a little bit more back. It's just about 5 meters off the boundary rope at long off. Long on has also deepened slightly as Pestano this time plays it all along the ground, picks up a single. .172 for 6. Hamilton making some adjustments to the field on the onside. There was a deep mid-wicket for Pestano, but that man has been pushed down to a deep backward square leg. There's also a long on, so respect being showed here for Bramble, whereas for Pestano, Powell, who was at long on, was about 10 meters inside of the boundary rope. Let's see if Bramble is going to take on Durham. Just backing away, that's a good shot because he saw the gap between cover and point and just backed away, gave himself some room and angling it out to the man at that deep point position. So Durham not flighting the ball, he's been just on a line on a length, flat in trajectory. This time he gives this one a little bit more air, but badly lined, and that's going to be 4 runs because he gave it a little bit more air than the previous delivery, but this time it was outside the line of the leg stump, and Pestano played an excellent sweep to that delivery. Was getting right on top of the ball and swept it all along the ground to the deep backward square. Now there's nobody there for Pestano. Man has now remained in that position. Looks like James out there. He's 3/4 way back to the boundary. As we're using almost the far end wicket here at the oval. Here he's looking to sweep. A loud appeal goes and he's gone. Pestano stands there in disbelief. He must have felt that ball was beating the leg stump. Umpire Joel Wilson did not agree with him and he sent him on his way. So after sweeping the previous delivery from 4 for 4, this was a quicker delivery from Durham. Wasn't flighted. It was certainly not beating that leg stump. It was pushed through, and Pestano, looking to sweep, didn't make contact. The appeal went up. Umpire Joel Wilson answered in the affirmative, and Pestano goes back to the pavilion LBW for 22. He faced 26 deliveries, and the Harpy Eagles, they lose their 7th wicket with a total on 177. Partnership here was developing nicely. Just 52 runs, this partnership. So the last 2 partnerships, one worth 52, 41? And this one now worth 52. So it's brought some sort of respectability to the total. Let's look at the dismissal of Pestano. Well, quicker delivery may have been hitting leg stump, middle and leg. Even with my glasses not entirely clean, I think Joel Wilson got that one right. I think he was carried away with the previous delivery. Pestano, he swept it, but that one was given a little bit of air and also just outside the line of the leg stump. And Pestano was able to sweep it. This one, he went for the repeat shot, picked the wrong ball. I suppose that's what, when you talk about shot selection. But a good partnership though, 52 in just 47 deliveries. So both these men were certainly batting well and batting freely. One delivery left in Durham's 5th over. The new batsman is Permaul, and he's immediately off the mark, pushing this one out to Thomas at deepish cover, about halfway back to the boundary. So he's off the mark. It's 178 for 7 after that successful over from Durham. Permaul is on 1. He's going to take strike, and most likely Cornwall is going to continue.
Cornwall is going to continue, and is going to be bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Bowling to the new batsman, Virasamy Permaul. Permaul just faced one delivery and has one to his name.
As we say, John, shot selection. I mean, he played the sweep, correct shot the ball before. It was outside the leg stump, given a little air, and he went for the repeat shot. Whereas one would have thought he should have been playing that down towards a straightish mid-on.
Most times, Colin, bowlers do not give you the same ball, especially after being hit for a boundary. So, as a batsman, you have to expect something different. And he's trying to play the same shot consecutively.
And credit to Durham, because he pushed that one through. It wasn't flighted as the previous delivery. Yeah. And Pestano, but you know, you look at Pestano, he likes to get on with it. Doesn't like to be bogged down. Runs for Permaul. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, it's on. Because Powell just not flat out going for that ball. I think they don't need to be flat out because they still 143 runs, 144. Let me get it right. 142 runs they trail by.
Yeah, credit to Durham in the last over. He held his own. I think he has a bright future with Durham. He looks good, tall, and he's been an attacking bowler so far despite his 4 days. He's just working away, plugging away at some good spots.
I tell you what, I walked across to the commentary booth today and I passed through the players area. When I say just to the right of the players area, Permaul thinking of the single, it was not on. And the Leeward Islands players were going back after their warm-up. And I saw Durham from close up. And I thought he was a fast bowler. He's a big man. Runs here, it seems to be buys. I don't know if Permaul got bat onto it, but they jogs through for 2. Let's see if there's a signal. Yes, buys. So Cornwall pushing that delivery through just outside the line of the leg stump, badly lined. They pick up 2 buys. So the total goes up now to 183. 2 buys. 182 for 7. Yeah, and it's amazing. He's a big man, is Durham. I didn't remember actually that he was the spinner from the Leeward Islands. And when I glanced at him, I thought he was a quick bowler. I thought he was maybe one of the reserves that didn't get into the team because of Alzari Joseph coming into the team. But you look at him, he's about 6 foot what? 6'5"? 6'7"? Well, I was going to say that, but I just can't believe this man should be a fast bowler, John. Left arm fast bowler. That's what he should be. He shouldn't be just running up 5-6 paces and tossing this ball up in the air. Should be having it at people's throat. Short, lifting. I remember this guy from Anguilla, another very tall West. It was very strange, or you might want to call it funny, where you had the West Indies fast bowlers under 6 feet. Jerome Taylor, Fidel Edwards, can't can't remember, maybe there was one other. And they were under 6 feet. And you had Omari Banks and Suleiman Ben, both well over 6 feet, bowling spin. And Fidel Edwards and Jerome Taylor running from 20 yards. 20 yards and trying to bowl fast. And then when they came off, you saw these two long guys just tossing the ball in the air. And I remember somebody saying to me, what's gone wrong with West Indies? They're going the wrong way. Oh, and the other one was Tino Bess. But Tino was full of heart, wasn't he? Full of all three, actually, Taylor and Edwards. What they didn't, or what they lost in height, they made up for with heart. Another good ball from Durham. Bramble, just 3 runs away from a half century, and it'll be a good half century. May very well save his place in the team as well. Looking to play that on the onside, played a little too early and got a bit of a leading edge, but luckily for him it didn't carry back to the 6'7" Durham. The thing with Durham is he's not only tall, but he's well built, muscular guy. The end of the over, a good over from Durham. He's now completed his 6th over. 1 maiden, 1 for 36. So that is his first maiden, Bramble. Very careful as was playing these deliveries, and as the bails come off, the umpires turn and they walk away towards the Brian Lara Pavilion, and it's tea here on day 3 with the Guyana Harpy Eagles on 182 for 7. Let's quickly run through that scorecard for you. Well, that's the first innings at 116 all out. The Guyana team with the top score coming from Bramble, who's again the top scoring in the second innings. He's just 3 runs behind Hemraj, but he got to 38, and Kimo Paul got 20, 14 to Pistano and 11 to Permaul, was the only batsman to get into double figures. A disappointing 116 off of only 34.3 overs. And the bowling for the Leeward Islands, Joseph, he picked up 2 for 26. Louis, 1 for 20. Cornwall went wicketless. And Archibald, he had 3 for 29. And Durham picked up 3 for 16. So a disappointing 116 in that first innings. And then in their turn at the crease, the Leeward Islands, they really piled on the pressure. Hodge with 71, Powell 74, Thomas 72. They were 238 for 1 at one stage. And James got 11. And then in the middle order, Hamilton 48. And Terence Ward, he got 78 not out. The bowling figures for Guyana, Niall Smith, he got 3 for 100. Moti, 3 for 119, and the only other wicket taker was Pistano with 1 for 69, 438 for 7. And in the Guyana second innings, well, they haven't fared much better. Chandapol 4, Hemraj 50, Hetmyer 5, Johnson 0, Singh 18, Paul 28, and Pistano 22. Bramble is still there, not out on 47. With him is Permaul. He is not out on 3. And the bowling figures, the men doing the damage thus far, again, the 4 men who picked up the wickets in the first innings have been again picking up the wickets in the second innings. Joseph 3 for 54, Louis 2 for 42, Archibald 1 for 23, and Durham 1 for 36. Cornwall has again gone wicketless, none for 25. So we're going to take a bit of a break here as the Guyana team, they still trail by 140 runs to ask the Leeward Islands to bat again in their second innings. They are 182 for 7. Remember, they're trailing in the first innings by 322 runs, so they still have 140 to make Guyana bat again. But we're going to be back in about 15 minutes or so with live coverage on play after the tea interval.
So we're back here live at the Queen's Park Oval. We're getting ready to resume the action on the third afternoon. It's the final session on day number 3. And it's going to be a situation like this, where the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will need just 3 more wickets to complete victory, or the Guyana Harpy Eagles need to bat the entire session and all of tomorrow, really, to save this game. At the moment, Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 182 for a loss of 7. They still have a deficit of 140. They need to wipe that off to make the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bat again. And that seems a very tall order. So 3 wickets in the bag. So the Leeward Islands just need 3 more wickets to complete a convincing victory. Standing in their way is Anthony Bramble. And at the moment, we're Sami Permaul. Bramble is on 47, and with him is Permaul on 3. Just Gurikesh Moti and Niall Smith to come for the Harpy Eagles. So it looks as if it's going to be a short match. And may very well be a very short day if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowlers can land in the right areas. Nonetheless, we're ready to begin the action, to resume the action on day number 3. This is the first over after tea. Tea taking with the Harpy Eagles on 182 for 7. And it's going to be Alzari Joseph to pick up the attack, and he's bowling to Sami Permaul. First ball is an appeal for leg before, given out. Permaul jumping back to a full delivery from Joseph. Very quick one as well. And he is sent on his way. Just walking out after the tea interval, and already will have to walk back. Gone for 3, leg before to Alzari Joseph. The Harpy Eagles, like I just mentioned, need to bat the entire session to survive. They've lost Permaul quite early, very first ball after tea, and they're now 182 for the loss of 8. There is Permaul going back, leg before for 3 off the bowling of Joseph. And the Harpy Eagles' worries continues right here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Batting at number 10, wicket, Moti.
The new batsman for the Harpy Eagles is Gurikesh Moti, replacing his fellow left-arm spinner, his fellow Albion clubmate. And let's look at a replay. A very full delivery, jumping back. And Alzari Joseph did not even look back at umpire Duguid. He realized to himself that that's out. And that one was certainly missing the leg, but hitting middle and off for sure. Hello, Colin.
Yeah, probably might have missed off and middle. Sometimes off and leg. You
Hit in the middle.
I don't know if it is in your games, John, and umpire gives a decision. You sometimes try to tell the batsman you were very unlucky. It was missing off and it was missing leg. And he would probably say, I knew that. And then you say, yeah, but it was hit in the middle.
So Joseph picking up his 4th wicket on the verge of another first-class 5-wicket haul. 4 for 54 for him.
Hasn't he bowled well, John?
Lovely. I've enjoyed the masterpiece shown by Joseph. Since on day number 1, he made that new ball count. And because of that opening burst from him, do you remember he just came back from India?
Yeah.
So he's coming, let's say, a level down because he just came back from internationals and looked very well, bowled very well.
What I also like is his enthusiasm. He seems, really pumped up. And it was interesting, the duel with Hetmyer, because, obviously the West Indians players will tell you when they play for the West Indies and they go back to their territories to play regional cricket, the rivalry is very fierce. And of course, when they do meet back up in the West Indies dressing room, they remind each other of when I got you out.
Not a good ball to Moti.
Yeah, but I thought Permaul was, you're right, he was caught in the crease.
Yeah.
Didn't go back, didn't go forward. He just stood there trying to play it.
So Moti had to get off the mark, but he would like to be there for a little longer. While at least Bramble complete a half century. Bramble is on 47. Would not want to be high and dry. Running out of partners. 182 for a loss of 8 wickets. Just 2 wickets away from victory for a wonderful victory for the Hurricanes. And this one is edging but dropping well short of the fielder at first slip. And wicketkeeper Hamilton was wrong-footed because that ball was actually pitched on middle stump. And he was moving to his leg stump, to the leg side, Hamilton. And the edge was found and he could not change his direction. So it dropped well short of Hodge at first slip. So this is wonderful fast bowling from Alzari Joseph, the Antiguan. And we know Antigua and fast bowling go hand in hand. Let's see what Motie will do to the final delivery. Just defends, and it goes down towards that second slip position. And Paul will collect. So that's the end of the first over after tea. A successful one for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Alzari Joseph, to over which they got the wicket of Sami Permaul. Leg before for 3, the first ball after tea at 182 for 2. The score is still 182 for 8 at the end of the over. And it looks as if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have completed victory in their encounter at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy over the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes' second innings ending at 171. It looks as if for 9 innings closed, with Preston McSween unable to bat. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning by an innings and 43 runs. There goes Bramble, hitting over the head of the bowler, and that's a 6. Over the head of the fielder at long off as well, and that's a 6 that will bring up Bramble's half century. He's now on to 53, and the score now on to 188 for a loss of 8. So Bramble crossing the half century mark, which means it's his 13th such score at the first class level. And this time he's pushing it down to cover. And Kofi James, the debutant. That's Alzari Joseph, in fact, in cover. But Bramble, the second half century in this innings, and bringing up his first half century of the season. He's now 154, bringing it up with a lovely 6 over long off there, Colin.
Yeah, and a great way to bring up his 50, but that's how Bramble bats.
Yeah.
You know, the question is, you've got a young man in Imlach. Do you maybe want to give him an opportunity? And because Bramble is playing for his place, and if he gets a good score, you just can't leave him out. Somebody said to me, a fan of Guyana, who will remain nameless at this point in time, John, and it's not you, and let our viewers and know that, and listeners, that it's not you, but said to me that Imlach is the correct pronunciation? Imlach.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that Imlach could actually get into this team as a batsman.
Yes, I said it as well earlier on commentary.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But because he's that good as well.
Yeah, and he's right-handed.
He's right-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. The thing is, if you're dropping at 116 and the batsmen have failed, outside of Hemraj, has failed in this game, who do you leave out?
Mm-hmm.
Because Imlach can't open, or I wouldn't advise to put him to open. So it means you're looking at somewhere in the middle order. And there's Hetmyer, there's Johnson, and there's Singh. Is any one of them going to be replaced? And out of the three, the two prominent members, one West Indian international, one a former West Indian international, are the ones who are not scoring.
Yeah.
So it's a tough decision.
Very tough. And that's why back home in Guyana, when persons are given the responsibility of becoming a selector, persons do not wish them good luck. Do not wish them congratulations. They say good luck.
Yeah, I suppose so. You do have to say good luck. You know, listen, selections, selecting teams is not an easy job.
Not at all.
I mean, you know, I have been critical of the West Indies selectors. For example, that World Cup squad that went down. I mean, I don't know how they came up with that squad. You know, they were beaten before they even left the Caribbean. But you know, in general, it's a difficult job. Just selecting this test team is going to be difficult because you know, because the regional tournament hasn't been played over the last couple of years, you've got to go with your tried and trusted team that played against Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, South Africa, that had series against them. But then there were some players on the team that you've got to think, well, they're on the verge of playing themselves out of the team. It's Joseph. Bramble deciding to keep Motie away from Joseph. Joseph must be having a word with Bramble as if to say, well, you don't want a single? So you know, and these two wrongs were set aside. And I'm sure Desmond Haynes, Ramner Sarwan, I know Sarwan is in Trinidad, and he's looking at the games. He was here looking at this game on the first day. He looked at the Windward Islands game, and then he's gone over to Brian Lara. So, and of course Desmond Haynes is out in Barbados. So it's interesting. What is good, though, you've now got a different set of eyes who may see things differently to the former set of selectors. Bramble looking to take him on there with a shortish delivery. Thought it was a little too short for that shot. Or it wasn't short enough, I should say, for that type of shot.
Yeah. But Bramble wants a little bit of room given. He's going to try to back himself. But it's not on, but he will try Bramble. But yes, indeed, Desmond Haynes and Ramner Sarwan will have their work cut out. Not much really to look at for the game finishing in 3 days. That's
two of them.
Because
the Trinidad game, is that ended already?
It's already ended.
Yeah.
Yeah, victory by an innings and 43 runs for the Red Force. And that's the type of situation that we are faced with. And as selectors, that's their dilemma as well. There goes Bramble.
He's going to
the onside, and
he's going to take the single now.
He's going to take the single now. With just 2 deliveries to go. But Moti has been around for as long as I can remember. I remember I was doing a game at Albion, and Moti was just an 11-year-old, just barely over the top of the stumps. He was a dressing room attendant. It was a game of Guyana against Trinidad with Bravo and so on in the mix for the Trinidad team at that time. That's Dwayne Bravo. And Moti was there just staring at you as you make your way around the Albion Sports Complex. And a few years later, Moti made it into the Guyana on the 15 team as a very pint-sized youngster. And in no time, he sprang up. So he's been around a long time, Moti. Played for the West Indies under 19. Went into the Guyana team. Played, I think he had an outing with the West Indies A team as well, but did not feature a lot. Had one season with the Amazon Warriors and limited overs. He was selected for West Indies as well at the T20 side. Just played one game. So he's been around, has a lot of ability, and that promise as well. Just 26 years of age still. That's a good defensive shot to end the over. So Motie survives. He's yet to get off the mark. Bramble is on 55, and the Harpy Eagles 190 for 8.
What's the situation, John? As I said, and we mentioned it a little earlier, maybe yesterday or first day in the broadcast about the Ghana Cricket Board having a lot of initiatives trying to unearth talent from nursery level right up. What's the situation in terms of the spin bowlers out of Guyana? Any leg spinners, and what is happening with that?
So just like the situation that has curtailed regional first-class cricket, the cricket in Guyana has been affected tremendously since COVID-19 in March 2020. So not a lot of cricket was played, at least competitively. And when there were attempts to restart cricket, the weather came in, so the bad weather affected the resumption as well. As Durham starts a new over, and Bramble sweeping and almost lost his wicket. The ball ballooned in the air. The fielder that square leg was closer to the umpire and not in the cut one, and was almost coming up with that catch. So one more to Bramble. He moves on to 56, but Motie's on strike, and the score 191 for 8. So there are not a lot of cricket competitively being played, and more so, there was an attempt to play youth cricket, and then the rains came. So let's say, for example, in the Georgetown Cricket Association area, when they were looking to form a team for what's called the inter-association to represent Georgetown, they asked clubs to send their representatives for trials as opposed to competition. Yeah.
It's interesting, but I heard you talk about some competition resuming. Is it weekend coming?
Yes, this weekend there's going to be...
And that's what?
Yeah, that's first division. Last weekend, 2-day first division. Saturday was washed out. Sunday, Christopher Barnwell hit 100.
So how long has that been restarted in terms of how many rounds have been played thus far?
So last week was the
first round.
First round.
Okay.
So in addition to Barnwell hitting 173 at Everest, against Everest, Mavindra Dindyal, who I felt should have been in the West Indies on the 19th side. There's a beautiful shot from Gudakesh Motie, and he's going to get off the mark, driving exquisitely towards cover, and we get off the mark with a boundary. So it's 195 now for 8. Motie's off the mark on 4. So last week, that game played. It was scheduled for since last October, November.
Okay.
Rains came. COVID-19 National Task Force were not pleased with the situation in Guyana in terms of the rising number of cases. So all of that contributed to the late start of cricket. Here's Motie again driving pretty much in the same area, and it's going to get another boundary. Same shot, same result. Motie with back-to-back boundaries now. Ends the over on 8. 56 is Bramble. It's now 199 for 8, the Harpy Eagles.
So what type of competitions are being played now? Just 2-day?
So the resumption has started with 2-day first division,
right,
and 2-day second division in Georgetown. And Saturday was scheduled for the first day, and that was washed out.
Right.
In fact, it was supposed to be the week before, and it was washed out.
Oh my word!
So last week now, Saturday was washed out, but they managed to get through
Sunday.
some play on Sunday. And Mavindra Dindyal for the Georgetown Cricket Club got 100, a match-winning 100. That got his team into the final. That's the Georgetown Cricket Club.
Right.
While Christopher Barnwell at Everest against Everest stroked a wonderful 173, and his team is also in the final. So this weekend, they're going to try that final at the home of the legends, the DCC, and that's going to be DCC against GCC in Georgetown as Joseph starts a new over. Half-hearted appeal, but one taken. Let's see the signal. So it's a leg bite to bring up 200 for Guyana in their second innings. They're 208 in the 41st over.
Surprised he took the single because he's going to expose Motie for 5 deliveries from Joseph. Yeah, no, the only reason I'm asking that is because in Trinidad and Tobago, all club competitions have also been affected. And the competitions here in Trinidad is going to be restarted in early March.
Yeah.
I think that's I can't remember the exact date. And they're not playing in Trinidad. There are 3 competitions. You've got a 3-day competition, so games play like Saturday, Sunday, Saturday. Sometimes they would play on the so if it goes Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, following Sunday they may play a 50-over game, and then start back the 3-day games for the following week. But they're not playing any 3-day cricket, which to me it's disturbing, because that's where guys learn to bat and learn to bat for long.
Yeah.
So they're not they're saying really time constraints.
Yeah.
So in terms of competition here in Trinidad, the Trinidad Cricket Board, they're only playing a 50-over and a T20 competition. So it's as I said, it's a pity, because you want the guys at the younger age learning to bat for long, learning to get hundreds. Because when you get hundreds at the club level, it propels you into the regional team, and not only that, but you get accustomed making hundreds.
Yeah. Very similar in Guyana. In Georgetown, I can speak about what's happening in Georgetown. Let's watch Joseph to Moti. 2 previous deliveries beating Moti outside the Yardstone. This time he gets a full delivery and drives to cover for 1. In the Georgetown area where these competitions are being played, after the finals of that 2-day tournament, I understand there's going to be a T20 tournament and a T10 tournament. Yeah, and that's where we go again. I was asked why a T10, and it says I was given the answer that the sponsors are interested in that type of cricket.
It's amazing, because I'm wondering if one day they're going to play T5 and have 3 games or 4 games in an afternoon.
This one is pulled around nicely by Bramble. So Bramble looks the part here this afternoon. There's a pity no other batsman of any caliber is around with him. Perhaps it would have been a different game altogether, because the scoring rate, it's a very healthy rate for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, they're going at 5 and over.
Yeah. This is the 41st over, already 200 on the board. Just 2 wickets in the bag. Just 2 more opportunities for the Hurricanes to complete victory.
It'll be a devastating loss for the Guyana team, because after coming away with the victory in the first game, they would have thought they would have done better here. That's a good-looking shot from Motie, isn't it?
Yeah, flowing cover drive. We get some runs. The ball goes towards the cover boundary, and Louis does the fielding. Just 2 more to him. After those boundaries in the previous over, he has been riding on confidence, Moti. So he's now on 11. Bramble is on 57. The over comes to an end. It's 204 for a loss of 8. So the Guyana Cricket Board is also preparing for the under-15 tournament, which is going to be inter-county tournament. Berbice against Demerara against Essequibo. There's going to be a rest team to make it 4 teams in that tournament. And that tournament is going to be sponsored by Dave West Indian Imports. I think this is probably the 6th year or so, barring the 2 that were not played, 2020 and 2021. I think there was game in yes, they played in 2020, nothing in 2021. So that Esquibo team has been selected already. The Demerara team is yet to be picked, because they need to play what is called the inter-association, and then Berbice will have their team as well. So that would mark a return to competitive cricket as well for the Guyana Cricket Board, where they have their own tournaments, and they're going to roll out the other tournaments for the year, because the youth cricket usually plays in region around April. Then there's on the 19th, on the 17th. Yeah. So lots of cricket still to be played, just a matter of when, because like I said, not only the COVID-19 situation in Guyana, but also the weather.
Is most of the competition sponsored? Or would you say 75% are sponsored? Or what percentage are we looking at tournaments being sponsored? But Louis is back into the attack. He's replaced Durham, so it's an all-pace attack now.
Yeah. They're looking to blast out the remaining 2 batsmen for the Harpy Eagles. And yeah, I think especially in the Berbice and the Demerara area, most, perhaps all of the tournaments are sponsored. Depends on, not sure in terms of the magnitude of sponsorship, and also in the Georgetown Cricket Association area, only sponsored tournaments I've been hearing about. This one is in the air and it's going to travel, but the fielder at backward point is not going to come around. A loose shot, first of all, to a new bowler at the start of a new spell, and that's Bramble for you. He's now on to 58 with that single. Loose shot, but he survives, and the deficit is still 117.
You know, Bramble, what do you say about Bramble? I mean, batting well, he has 57, and a delivery that he should have just played it, pushed it out towards the point. He went for some big hit. There are two men out on the boundary at long off and long on, so had he not got hold of it, it would have certainly gone to one of the men out there in the deep.
So he also went to Moti to whisper a word in his ear. I wonder what will that be.
Sorry, I'm sure it's not take your time. No, he would probably be saying, don't worry, just play every ball on its merit, which is what you should say to the number 10. You can't say that to Bramble because he's going to still play his shots.
Yeah, so back to the sponsorship situation in Guyana. It's not a lot of sponsorship, but I know that they've been working with whatever little resources they have, because it's quite expensive to run tournaments. Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, it is. And especially with the pandemic that has affected so many companies worldwide.
Yeah.
You know, in Trinidad and Tobago, quite a few companies have folded. A few, when I say companies, like a few shops. You go to the mall and suddenly you're going to a place where you always visit, and suddenly you see the doors are closed. So it's really taken an effect on a lot of the businesses.
So Bramble with 5 fours and 2 sixes so far, and Moti with 2 boundaries under his belt. They're in a partnership worth 23 for the 9th wicket. Staring down a barrel, you would say, the Harpy Eagles. Good stroke, but there's a fielder there, and despite the fumble, will not allow the batsman to get a single or any run. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force already completing victory in their game over the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So they've gone 2-2. That's 2 games for the Red Force and 2 victories. It will be interesting to see the venues that will be named when this tournament resumes in April, because both Barbados Pride and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have already played 2 home matches, and all other teams would have had away and neutral matches. So, not want to say it's an advantage to anyone or disadvantage to anyone, because it's a new era that cricket is being played. But it will be interesting to see what will happen upon resumption. This one is driven all along the ground to that field at Gully, and there's Durham collecting and end the over. So 42 overs gone, and the total for the Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 205 for the loss of 8 wickets. Do remember they have to wipe off that deficit of 322 if they will ask the Leeward Islands to bat again. And they're so far struggling. Just 2 more wickets away, separating the Leeward Islands Hurricanes from victory. Bramble is on 58, and with him is Motie on 11. Just to bring you an update on what's happening at the Kensington Oval. Barbados Pride after tea. They're 485 for the loss of 4. They're now enjoying a lead of 157 with 6 wickets in hand. At the crease, Shane Dowridge on 24 and Craig Braffett 259. 259 not
That's
out.
amazing. He's probably going to, I don't know if he's going to try to get to 300 and then declare. But they need to give themselves some time to bowl to Jamaica today.
Down the leg side, there's an appeal for a cut behind, and he's given Joseph a 5-wicket haul as well. So that's the end of Anthony Bramble. The resistance, you would say, is gone. Bramble caught down the leg side by wicketkeeper Hamilton off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 58, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles 205 for 9. The Hurricanes 1 wicket away. It's a good wicket, you would say, for Alzari Joseph and for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Oh, certainly a good wicket. He was trying to turn it to leg. It seemed to have come back at him. And again, the pace of Joseph getting that extra bounce and taking the glove of Bramble and being caught down the leg side. You could see a disappointment because he was batting so well. And that delivery was angled across him. And he just had to try, and he was looking to turn it to leg. Just slipped the gloves on the way through. So 205 now for 9. As they say, the fat lady has started to sing.
So that's the 7th 5-wicket haul at the first class level for Alzari Joseph. Congratulations to him. So far 5 for 59, and this is 13th over. And we did make the point that he just looks a cut above the rest. Let's have a look at the wicket again. There's Bramble batting just outside leg. And makes that exaggerated step, and he tried to turn it into the onside and just feathered it to the keeper. And once again, another wicket keeper looking very good. Hamilton looks good behind the stump, and when he was batting in front of the stump, he looked good as well. And his leadership has been very astute. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes on course for a very convincing victory over the Guyana Harpy Eagles. One that is going to open up the competition, you would say.
Yeah, but who would have thought that? I mean, when as I said, you know, the victory against the Windward Islands from the Guyana Harpy Eagles was not all that convincing, but you felt that they would get better in the second game. They're playing at the Queen's Park Oval. That's supposed to be their home game. So you figured that, you know, and then the Leeward Islands coming off of that devastating defeat to Barbados, it just felt that the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have been in control of this game. They started well by winning the toss, and then unfortunately it all fell apart after that. It all went wrong. But Joseph, he's going to be looking for his 6th wicket in the innings. John, I would think he might want to up his pace to bowl to Niall Smith, because he wants to show him who is the fast bowler, who's the real deal. They're attacking field.
Yes, so there's a leg slip to go with 2 conventional slip and a gully. There's a field that forward short leg. There's a short mid wicket, and there's an extra cover, very short in as well, and that deep and that backward point. And Niall Smith, full face of the bat. His first delivery from Joseph. So Joseph, this is definitely eyeing a 6-wicket haul. Best return at the first class level would have been 7 for 46 in an innings. So a 6-4 will do him very well. So here he is again to Smith, the number 11. And Smith gets the ball at full and turns it into the onside. So 2 for 26 in the first innings, Alzari Joseph, and 5 for 59 so far.
Been a good match for him. You would think he wants to take this ball right up to Smith, just short of a length. There's no good. Smith will just get onto the back foot and play that every day of the week.
Yeah.
If he takes it up to him, a fast Yorker, that could give Niall Smith something to think about.
Looking to play that one. That went over the bat. So Niall Smith will have to think like a fast bowler what he will do in a situation like this. As a fast bowler running into him.
Yorker, John, Yorker. That's all it has to be. You're bowling to number 11, bowl straight to the stumps, take it right up to him. Thing with a number 11 too, they like to go over the top. So anything up to him, and he drives, could so easily get the edge.
This time he drives confidently and will not move. He's holding his pose. Now eventually he's going to run, but that ball is going to go into the boundary at extra cover. Full delivery, and he hit it, but in the air, but in the gap, and he got off the mark with a convincing boundary. 4 to Smith, 11 to Motie. Harpy Eagles 209 for 9.
Well, that was a little wide of the off stump, so it gave him the room in which to play the shot. But I'm not too sure if Alzari Joseph admired that shot. So I expect this final delivery from Joseph, not only will it be short, but it will be quick to Smith.
So obviously, Alzari Joseph will not be pleased with that as a fast bowler. Number 11 driving convincingly and holding the pose. So he's brought some protection, brought in that extra cover much closer. 2 slips on the gully, a leg slip as well going down. Forward short leg, short mid wicket. And he pulls and pulls well. That's a very short delivery again. And there is Smith going on the back foot and pulling in front of square. And will get a boundary to end the over. So he has won the battle so far. And it's now 213 for 9. Smith goes to 8. Motie will take strike at the start of the new over. He's on 11. The deficit now 109. That's a good shot there, Colin.
That's a very good shot from Niall Smith. I mean, it was short, but it lacked the pace. You're just wondering if Alzari Joseph just cut back on his pace a little bit, trying to be a little accurate, trying to be more accurate. But that delivery was short, and Smith handled it well. There was no pace on it at all, and he pulled it exceedingly well. There's, of course, nobody in that mid-wicket area. So once it comes off the middle of the bat, it's going to run away to that deep mid-wicket area. But 213 for 9. It's just a matter of when the Leeward Islands can pick up this final wicket. It's not a matter of whether they can get 109 runs.
And there's Louis to Motie. Motie swinging at that one and makes no contact. So Louis, 2 for 43 so far, looking for his 3rd wicket. And there is Motie just taking an easy single, easy as it comes really. In the first innings, Louis went 1 for 20. That's his returns in the first innings, 1 for 20. Picked up the wicket of Hetmyer, of Chandapal Hemraj. And he also accounted for the wicket of Hetmyer, but was not credited for that wicket. So the Harpy Eagles will have to go back to the drawing boards after this game. And like you mentioned earlier, they have some time before they can get it right. So do remember, most or all of these players that are playing for the Harpy Eagles, they have brought success to the Guyana, what was then the Guyana Jaguars for 5 consecutive years. Short ball, playing and missing. So while they have brought success over that period of time, I'm not sure what's happening here. The combination, I can tell you what happened. One thing I can look at, the top order has failed. The not 1 to 5 has not given them the start or the runs that they needed to become competitive. And that is a major problem. That is a problem for this match at least. Then you look at the bowling attack, become one-dimensional. The spinners and the medium fast bowlers. In those 5 years, there was Raymond Reefer from Barbados. He offered some left-arm variety. Keon Joseph, who's not playing in this game, but he's around with the Harpy Eagles here at the Queen's Park Oval. He also had some telling opening spells, picking up the early wicket. That's Smith jumping back and playing defensively. And then Vishal Singh scored heavily. Leon Johnson would have contributed in the earlier part of that 5-year run. But when Chanderpaul broke onto the scene, that stage and Ryan Chanderpaul, he started and he was consistent, but not getting big scores, but occupying the crease and getting starts. I do remember his father played a few years in that early run as well, Shivnarayan Chanderpaul.
I think Leon Johnson got quite a number of runs and forced his way onto our West Indies team, but
Yeah.
never really picked up from those early days.
So this is Leon Johnson's 98th match for Guyana at this first class level. Another 2 will take him to the 100 mark. Over completed, so that's the end of another Jeremiah Louis over. 2 for 44 for him so far. Moti is on 12, Smith on 8. Harpy Eagles 240 for 9. Hurricanes just 1 wicket away from convincing victory.
That's right, a very convincing victory. Still trailed by 108 runs. And Alzari Joseph would certainly try to dismiss the batsman in Gudakesh Moti, the left-hander. So a left-hand, right-hand combination. While Smith is at the non-striker's end. Alzari Joseph looking for his 6th wicket. He's bowled 13 overs thus far. 3 maidens, 5 for 67. And Alzari Joseph would be looking to see the back of him.
And this time he's slapping this one over the head of the bowler, and it's going to get another 4 Moti. That's a tennis-like shot. And that one has gone into the boundary in front of the players' dressing room. So Moti now on to 16, 218 for the loss of 9. And getting that deficit down to 2 figures. It's now 104.
Tell you what, John, that was a flat batted shot. I mean, the bat was really horizontal and he hit it to the left of the mid-off fieldsman. Not too sure if he meant it, but got the end result.
This time he goes over the head of the slip cord, and then we'll get another boundary. A full delivery again from Joseph, just a bit wide. And there is Moti slashing and slashing hard and got the boundary that he's looking for. It's now 222 for the loss of 9 wickets. And that deficit now is exactly 100.
Yeah, look at that shot. It was almost like a uppercut because he was getting under the ball and he cut it upfish over the head of the slip fields. He knew what he was doing, Moti. Don't think that was in the dark at all. He got under it and cut it. And because of that, they now have a fly slip. Man is gone. So there's a wideish, there's a squarish third man, and there's like a fly slip.
And they're looking for that wicket, but it will not come as there's Moti going over the mid-wicket boundary. That's a maximum for him. And he's going to take his chances now. He's now on to 26 with that 6. 228 for 9. And the deficit is now reduced to 2 figures, 94.
Did you hear the sound of that off the bat?
Beauty.
I mean, from the time that ball hit the bat, you knew that was going beyond the boundary. It was... you heard the crack on the song that when he hit that. It was a beautiful shot. Now, Alzari Joseph is being roughed up. His figures are now 5 for 81. Just wonder. I think Gudakesh Moti is going to smell some leather.
This time, full ball on the line of leg stump, turned away into the onside. Runs for Moti, runs for the Harpy Eagles. 2 more to him. He moves on to 28 and the score 230. So Motie taking his chances.
Yeah, but intelligent bowling from Alzari Joseph,
Yes, it
because
is.
I thought he would have shortened on him.
Yeah,
I
but
thought
he
he
went
would
full.
have. Yeah, but he went full. His line wasn't good. That's
Yeah.
the only thing. He went just outside the line of the leg stump. It gave Motie the opportunity to just flick it away and get some more runs.
This time he drives in front. I will get that ball long towards cover. Will not beat Jeremiah Louis. So Motie taking his chances. But in life he's going to be a bit more responsible. I tell you why. He's just had a baby boy. Yes, just 4 months and 5 days, he told me. And he's monitoring every single day. So congratulations to Gurukesh Motie. And
Certainly.
he said his name is Aiden Jaden Motie. 230 for 9 as Alzari Joseph come towards the end of another over. 5 for 83 so far. This one is down the leg side and the umpire walks away as they usually do when it's not going to be a decision to give. This time it's a leg by as the ball was played into that, the ball rolled into that vacant short mid-wicket region. And Motie called Smith quickly through for a single. And that's the end of the over. The end of it, the Harpy Eagles, 231 for 9. There's a deficit of 91. But quite importantly, what the Hurricanes are looking for is just 1 wicket. They're 1 wicket away from victory. So Louis is going to pick up the attack. Coming in from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. As we get closer towards the end of day number 3. Some 14 minutes to 4 o'clock here in the Eastern Caribbean. The next assignment in terms of cricket will be West Indies senior men's team taking on India tomorrow in a T20 in India. That's a swing and a miss, a naughty shot you would say from Gurukesh Motie. There's a fielder posted at long off, long on. So that shot would not have been on because it's a lot of risk in that shot. But no doubt he was chancing his arm. The ball that was just short of a good length and he went through with a shot. After that 3-match T20 series in India, West Indies will head back to the Caribbean where they'll be looking to get back the Wisden Trophy when they take on England in 3 test matches, the first of which will bowl off on March 8th in Antigua. Second match at Barbados at the Kensington Oval on the 16th. On the 24th, the final match in Grenada. This one is guided down towards the third man, 1, 2. And that's all they're going to be. So that T20 International Series is well and truly on its way in India, Colin. West Indies losing that first match on Sunday very easily.
Yeah.
2 days, yesterday that was. Yeah.
This second one, at least it,
Tomorrow's our second game.
I was listening to some comments from some of the fans yesterday. I went across in the pavilion. And they were commenting, West Indies lose bad, West Indies lose bad. No, I said to them it wasn't that bad because the India won with just 7 balls to spare. You know, and I think it was 5 wickets or something of that nature. So, you know, it will be, I think they've got to look and see where the mistakes were made. Now, Rohit Sharma got off to a flyer. I think he got 40 off of 16 balls or 19 balls, something like that.
Took 22 runs off of Odin Smith, 1 over.
Yeah, yes. So, you know, they've got to learn from that, you know, especially Odin Smith. He's got to learn. I have a lot of time for Odin Smith, but he's got to learn how to cope with international cricket.
Good defensive shot played by Moti. So Moti.
Motie's on 30. I didn't realize that, but he's really attacked the bowling, hasn't he? He's roughed up Alzari Joseph.
He has a first class 50. Moti is highest score at the first class level, 72 not out. So he has some batting pedigree when you look at it in that context. There he goes. This one over cover again. There's a fielder down at that cover point region. Will have to run to his left at cover, but will not get there. And the ball goes across the white ropes. And that's another boundary to Moti. He's now on to 34. Almost a run of ball. 38 balls he has faced. And the score 237 for 9. Colin, just think about it.
And this partnership with 32 so far?
Think about it this way. Had one of the top order batsmen showed some application, it could have been a different game altogether for the Harpy Eagles. Good defensive shot played by Moti to end the over. So that's the end of another over. Louis now conceding 50 runs but picking up 2 wickets. The Harpy Eagles in their second innings, 237 for 9.
I thought the body language coming back out when the Leeward Islands declared and Guyana came back for their second innings, I thought the body language was a little different. You looked at people like Alzari Joseph and Jeremiah Louis. They seemed pumped up. They seemed ready for the action. They seemed like from this, well, he got hit first ball for 4, and then the second ball he got Chanda Paul. So, you know, but they look pumped up. They look ready for action. Joseph in particular, he was bowling quick. You could see him wanting to make some early inroads into the Guyana batting. And once he did that, then, you know, it was just a matter of downhill from there on. Who was going to stay? Hemraj batted well, but he got one that just seemed to it was a full delivery. May have just left him slightly, but he seemed to play around the ball. You know, so it has not been a good batting display from the Harpy Eagles batsmen. They just don't know. They just didn't seem up to the task, and they should have been, because this is their second game here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's not to say they're coming back to new conditions. They would have known the conditions here, having played against the Volcanoes.
And then it's very similar to what they get at Providence in Guyana. So nothing new. Perhaps the only team that would have thought that is something different would have been the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're accustomed to a bit more pace and carry in the islands. But here's Joseph again on the verge of, we would say, a 6th wicket haul, because he's bowling to number 11.
We've been saying that for a little while now.
Yeah, so let's repeat it. Yeah, so he has not been bowling to Smith for that long. There's Smith at top edge, and there's a fielder coming around Monson Hodge, and also the fielder at mid-on, and it's a drop catch. That could have very well been the game, but 2 fielders were coming for it. The ball that was hit, but he got a top edge, and looks as if it's Devon Thomas who was running in from mid-on, and Monson Hodge was running from that mid-wicket region. Not sure if he was off-sighted by the fielder running into him, but he got both hands to it, Devon Thomas, floored the catch, and Smith survives. Just one to his name now, one more added, 238 for 9, and Devon Thomas looking at his fingers. These usually drop a catch.
I was about to say that. When you drop a catch, you tend to look at your fingers, or you tend to look at the ground. Maybe you slipped somewhere. But he got there. At one stage, I thought he wouldn't get to the ball. But having got to it, he should have taken the catch. It was low down. He had to go forward to take it. But once he got there at this level, you got to take those catches. You could see Alzari Joseph, he was very upset, because he now has 5 for 84 rather than 6 for 83.
And Thomas had the opportunity ahead of Monson Hodge, because Thomas was running into the ball while Monson Hodge was running towards his left. So just one slip now. They're looking for this wicket. Here is Joseph, but he's down the leg side, and Motie just allows it to go by. So 238 for 9. Where will this last wicket come from? The partnership 33 so far for the 11th wicket. So they had some useful partnerships. 59 for the 4th wicket between Singh and Hemraj. 41 between Kimo Paul and Bramble. 52 between Bramble and Pestano. So here is Joseph again. And there's Motie swinging. It's going to go over the head of the fielder at slip and the wicketkeeper. And that's another boundary to Motie. A short ball swinging for the fences. Go to Kesh Motie. And we get another boundary. And he's now on to 38. 242, Colin, for the loss of 9.
Fortune favors the brave.
Yeah.
Moti just swinging at that. And the ball peeled off and went over, got a top edge, and it flew over the head of Cornwall at slip and down to the boundary for 4. There is a third man now in place. So he's gone a little bit finer.
6 fours and 1 6 so far. Motie and Motie pulls this time, and it's traveling just in front of the NGC scoreboard, and that's another big one. It's out of here. 6 more to go to Kesh Motie. His second 6 of his innings to go with 6 fours. He's now on to 44, and that deficit is down to 74.
I tell you what, that was a good shot. It was short from Alzari Joseph, and Motie was in position like a flash, and he smacked that. That bat he's using, he's looking at it now, but I think he should give it a kiss because the ball is coming off of that bat so quickly. And there's a man at that deep mid-wicket, and that's the long boundary out there at deep mid-wicket, and he cleared him easily.
Down the leg side, very wide of the keeper as well, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4 byes, bordering on 4 wides because it was very wide down the leg side from Joseph.
That's unfair to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
But I think Joseph is losing his cool a little bit because he went for the quicker delivery. Of course, a drop catch in the over, which would have got him 6 wickets. And then after that, he certainly was roughed up by Motie because he got the top edge that went for 4, then he pulled him for 6. So you could understand that he got really upset with what was happening, and he tried to bowl that quicker delivery. And for the first time, I'm seeing Alzari Joseph look a little flustered.
Yeah.
Even when he was struck for 4 fours from Hemraj,
Yeah.
it doesn't. He didn't seem as flustered as because it's tough when you're a fast bowler and number 10 hits you over deep mid wicket.
Yes,
it's not a nice thing, John.
you will give credit to the batsman, but not to the number 10. So the 250 is on the board for the Harpy Eagles. The 250 coming up in the 47th over. 252 for 9 at the moment. And Joseph, we have just seen the end of that spell from Joseph. 94 runs from his 15 overs, but quite importantly for his side, he has picked up 5 wickets. The deficit now is 70. I'm saying this because, miracles happen. Motie on the verge of his second career first-class half-century. The third, maybe, of the innings because we already had 58 from Bramble, 50 exact from Hemraj, and Motie's now on 44.
But Cornwall is back into the attack. I'm not going to comment on miracles happen, but Cornwall is going to... He hasn't picked up a wicket yet for the game, so he's going to try and get one here, and I would think Niall Smith is going to try and go after him.
Quiet defensive push from Smith. Niall Smith.
You think he's going to do that 6 balls in this over?
No, not at all.
I don't see Niall Smith doing that.
Not at all. He's done it for 2 deliveries so far, but there's a deep mid wicket, a long on and a long off, just about 10 meters in. The boundary riders. But other than that, there's a slip, a forward short leg, a short fine leg, and a mid wicket on the onside.
I think Cornwall's got to give it a little air.
Yeah.
Because he at the moment he's very flat in trajectory and the ball is coming back at Niall Smith. So all he's doing is pushing it out in front of him. Give it some air. Let Niall Smith eyes light up. There again. That's not
That's Durham
from Durham.
allowing
Yeah.
an easy single. So now Smith can see he's off the hook. But to the case Motie, he was going with more than a runner ball. 44 from 43 is back on strike. He's one hit away from his second first class half century.
Now I think this is going to be different. Whereas Niall Smith gives me the impression Niall Smith was just playing Cornwall out, waiting for Motie to bat. I don't think Motie's going to play anybody out. But again, it depends. If Cornwall gives it air, Motie's going to go after him.
He's backing away, looking to get some room. Motie. Smith into double figures at the non-striker's end. So the first over in a new spell from Cornwall coming to an end. 253 for 9. Motie is on 44. Smith on 10. Smith actually has a highest first class score of 17. So
He wasn't tempted there, was he? The final delivery, Cornwall gave it a little bit of air. And I was surprised Motie was just pushing it back up along the track. So as you rightly predicted, Alzari Joseph unfortunately doesn't get the opportunity to take his sixth wicket because he's out to the attack. And Colin Archibald is into the attack. So what a pity, because it was a catch that should have been taken by Devon Thomas. The most difficult thing was for him to get to the ball, and you thought once he got there, he should have taken the catch. He was now let's face facts. It was a difficult catch. He was moving forward, and the ball seemed to me always going to be dropping in front of him. But when he moved forward and he got both hands straight, you just have to think at this level, Devon Thomas has to take that. So it's
by his standards, I
yeah,
think he should have got
that's
that.
right. So Archibald bowled around the wicket to the right-hander, but back over to the left-handed Motie. He's on 45, 254 for 9. Actually, when you look at that scoreboard, it's not a bad score at 254 for 9, because at one stage, remember, they were 14 for 3 and then 73 for 4 with all the main batsmen bar Hemraj back in the pavilion.
So there's a batting collapse in Barbados here, Colin. So Craig Braffett is gone. Bowl Harty for 276. 276. Shane Dowridge 26. Shamar Springer 2. Keon Harding no score. Motie pressing for 2. It will not chance it. There's a substitute on the field in Ross Powell. So yes, there's a batting collapse in Barbados. Craig Braffett 276, Dowridge 26, Shamar Springer 2, and Keon Harding all dismissed in quick succession. The fifth wicket going down at 291, sixth at 501, seventh at 502, and the eighth at 510. So they've lost 4 wickets for just 19 runs. So unlike the bat of Motie, which is playing very well and getting the balls away, the bat of Smith sounds very woody. It's a hard bat, you would say. Maybe it's very new. Number 11, not getting enough opportunities to use his bat.
That's so very true.
So
in the old days, they used to tell the number 11, don't even buy a bat. What are you buying a bat for? Might be able to borrow one.
It's chipped in the air. Ross Powell had a chance but could not get around to his left in time. And Smith is going to come back for the second. He will now move up to 13 and 257 the total. That deficit down to 63. So that 276 of 407 deliveries with 18 fours in 10 hours of batting. It's been reported that it's the highest score for Barbados against Jamaica in all time. and the 7th highest first class score at the Kensington Oval. 276 from Craig Braffett, of 407 deliveries with 18 fours in 10 hours, is the highest score for Barbados against Jamaica.
This partnership now with 52 runs. No wonder you keep saying the lead now down to 65, John. You're still very hopeful that this partnership can go on. Remember, the record was 122, achieved right here last week by McSween and Lewis. So if they can replicate that, it'll be great for the Guyana team.
Archibald is hit back over his head by the number 11, Niall Smith, and that's going to be another boundary. So this partnership is extending to 56 now, 261 for 9 the total, and it's exciting cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. Smith moves up to 17, 261 for 9. Motie will come at the start of the over on strike on 45.
You think young Chanda Paul, Hetmyer, Johnson and Singh, they're still looking at cricket? Because if they're looking at this, they must be wondering to themselves what happened when we went into bat. But you can, I just get the feeling though that the Leeward Islands just taking their foot slightly off the X, and they must feel that it's just a matter of time. But stranger things have happened. When you take your foot off the X, the car sometimes just stops, doesn't keep going, and the Leeward Islands have to be careful, because not that they're in danger of losing this game or anything like that, but they would want to finish it off by an innings and put their feet up tomorrow.
So the Trinidad Tobago Red Force completing an innings on 43-run victory already. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have an opportunity to also complete an innings victory.
Did you see that? Motie walked down the track, got the ball for Cornwall and threw it back to him. Well,
this is Motie opening the face of the batter, running it down to third man, runs for him. He's gone for one, will come back for the second, and will settle on 2. And that will take his tally on to 47. And the partnership blossoming nicely to 58.
actually, apologies, it was Niall Smith who had walked down the pitch and just gave Cornwall the ball back.
So the best partnership of this innings. There's an appeal for... Jeez, so it's good. Location Motie almost gifted away on that occasion. The best partnership of the innings, 59, came between Hemraj and Vishal Singh. And this one is worth 40. This one's worth 58 at the moment. There's Motie pushing it back up the track. So, do you think history will repeat itself in the second consecutive week here? Colin Murray swept away, runs again for Motie, and this one is going to be cleaned up. But 2 more, and he's pushing very hard. 2 more to Motie. He's now on to 49, getting closer to his second first-class half century. So there's Motie getting a full delivery and driving it back up the track to end the over. So the partnership now 60, the deficit 57. The Harpy Eagles batting a second time, asked to wipe off 322. They're now 265 for 9.
There's some fans just to our left, John, shouting out to the Leeward Islands players, come on, they want to go home. You can see a smile on the face of some of the Leeward Islands players, because I'm sure they're trying their best to end it as well. But this partnership just, they're riding in the luck. They're picking the correct deliveries to hit over the top. Both Niall Smith, he's on 17 from 20 deliveries, and Motie 49 from 52. And it, you just have a feeling that the Leeward Islands players are now just waiting for something to happen rather than attacking. working this last pair.
It's on second half already. I will if
Then
you
the game
do
starts.
3 o'clock.
Second half already.
Yeah.
This is the top edge. Archibald trying to get the final wicket, and he will get the wicket now. The ball is taken. The catch is taken by Alzari Joseph, who had to run from mid-on to mid-wicket. And that's the fall of Niall Smith, caught by Alzari Joseph at mid-wicket off the bowling of Archibald. And that's the end of the game as well. It's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes completing victory over the Guyana Harpy Eagles by an innings and 57 runs. Congratulations to them. The Harpy Eagles all out 265 in their second innings. Motie left high and dry on 49, and he's going to be gutted by that. He would have loved to have another half century, I'm sure, but it's Smith who was gone. The last wicket going down, caught at mid-wicket by Alzari Joseph, who had one dropped by
Devon Thomas.
A very similar position, and Archibald picking up his second of the innings, 2 for 31, and that's the end of the game. But we had some entertainment towards the back end of the game, but a convincing victory for the Hurricanes.
Very convincing, and you can see poor Moti, Gudakesh Moti, very, very upset there with Niall Smith, because he just had one more to get to his 50, and there he's ended with 49 not out. So Paul 4, Hemraj 50, Hetmyer 5, Johnson didn't get off the mark. Vishal Singh, he was 18, gone for 18. Bramble, the top scorer with 58. Kimo Paul 28, Pistano 22. Permaul, he failed this time, just getting 3. Motie was 49 not out, and Smith, he went for 17, the last man out. So 265 all out, meaning that the innings and is it 65 runs they've lost this game by? Sorry, an innings and 57 runs that they have lost this game by. Really not a good performance at all by Guyana in both innings, 116 and 265. This batting track is much more than a 265 track, and they would be very disappointed with their performance in the game, especially the top 5 batsmen. And the bowling there for the Leeward Islands, Joseph, he had 3 for 94 from 50, sorry, 5 for 94. My glasses really need a little wiping. 5 for 94 in 15 overs, and he really bowled well. He should have had 6, and Niall Smith was put down by Devon Thomas. 2 for 50 was Jeremiah Louis. Colin Archibald, he ended with 2 for 31 from his 8.1 overs. Cornwall didn't pick up a wicket again, so he went wicketless in this game. None for 30 from 7, and Durham had 1 for 52 from his 8 overs. So 265 all out, losing the game by an innings and 57 runs. It's been a disappointing display by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but all credit to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, because they came out from ball 1 on day 1, and they put the Guyana team under pressure. 37 for 5 they were, never recovered from that 37 for 5, and there you see they were bowled out for 116, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes went about the task getting those 116 in a very professional manner. They batted well, their top 3 in particular, and in the end they had enough in hand to declare at 438 for 7, and one would have thought that the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have gone out and batted much better and take the game into day 4 with the kind of the batting lineup for the Harpy Eagles. But again, it was not to be. They found themselves in trouble very early on with the dismissal of Paul, Hetmyer and Johnson. They were 14 for 3 at one stage. They recovered to a respectable 265, but on this type of pitch, that's not a good score. It was a good pitch. The ball was coming onto the bat. There was no devils in it, not much spin. There was a little bit of bounce, but nothing alarming. And at the end of the day, 265 was just not good enough for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But congratulations to the Leeward Island Hurricane. It was a convincing victory.
Yeah, very convincing. And it was set up nicely by the fast bowlers from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes side. They really used the new ball well in both innings. If you look at the position that the Guyana Harpy Eagles were in their first innings, 5 for 37, never recovered from that. And then in the second innings, the new ball as well being used smartly by the Hurricanes. And like you said, 3 for 14, 4 for 73, 5 for 84. And by then, the writing was on the wall because none of the top order batsmen that we expected some contribution and some rearguard action, it never came. And at the end of it, the Leeward Islands convincingly winning this one. And with a day to spare, that's a bonus.
Oh, for sure, a bonus. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I'm sure they would have, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the more cricket they play, it's the better. But, you know, if the opposition doesn't live up to the kind of standard and the type of play that one expects at this level, and because a regional game, just playing 3 days, you've got to say bad cricket was played. You know, you expect a game to go 4 days. Last game against the Windwards went 4 days. Not that it only go 4 days, but I think that game ended like 10-6, 5:45. So, you know, it was a good competitive game. This game, unfortunately, never lived up to that. It was all Leeward Islands Hurricanes from the ball one. And unfortunately, Guyana, they didn't turn up.
Yes, and you must look at the batting of the Hurricanes as well. Of the 7 batsmen, just 2 failed to really get among the runs in debutant Kofi James and Raheem Cornwall, who started to go for quick runs on day number 3. But Hodge and Powell, that opening partnership, really set things up nicely. 152 for the opening stand. And they batted long as well, with Powell the first to go at 74. Then Thomas came, he did well for 72. Hodge, that marathon innings, 71. Jamar Hamilton, he cashed in nicely as well with 48. Terence Ward, the all-rounder, did not bowl. He finished on 78, not out. So the batting as well in that lone innings from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, you can say really put things to bed for them. And the Harpy Eagles never rebounded because they were out in the sun for half of the day number 1, all of day number 2, and for 49 minutes on day number 3. So obviously they would have been tired, physically tired. And when they started to bat this morning, it tells a picture. So at the end of it, quite a convincing victory for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Victory by an innings and 57 runs. And they got everything right, you would say, except for the toss.
That's right. I mean, that's the only thing that the Guyana Harpy Eagles won. Outside of the toss, they were on the back foot right through in this game. But again, a good performance from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and we'll just have to wait. Round 3 is carded for May. Of course, this season, as we said, just 5 rounds of cricket. But a good start thus far for Trinidad and Tobago, winning the Red Force, winning their 2 games. Guyana, they are still in it because they've won 1. Unfortunately, they've lost this, but they've got to rebound. They've got both Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados to play. So they've got to perform certainly much better than this, because if they don't, both Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados Pride, you know, I can't see them doing much damage against those teams. But of course, you always have to say, the better the opposition, the better you tend to play. So let us hope that the Harpy Eagles, I'm expecting them to look at this team, and who knows, maybe make a couple changes, improve the team in the batting department, and maybe in the bowling, add a little bit of variety, and they can certainly look to challenge the Pride and the Red Force. Then of course there is the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, rebounding beautifully after losing to the Barbados Pride. And I think Alzari Joseph has made a tremendous difference to this team, and they would want to make sure he keeps fit and will be available. We'll have to wait and see if he plays in the series against England, if he'll be given the opportunity. And if he is given the opportunity, they would want to make sure that he remains fit to come back into the team for the 3rd round. But all in all, there is the summary of the game. 116, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 438 for 7 declared. In second innings, the Guyana team, again, just getting to 265. Victory for Leeward Islands by an innings and 57 runs. So, John, that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been great having you. We did expect you for 4 days. But I'm not sure what you're going to do tomorrow, John. Don't come to the Oval because there's no cricket.
There's always something to do in Trinidad, despite we're in a pandemic.
Yep.
May go some shopping, or find something to do.
All right. Okay, John. Well, it's great having you. So this is the situation here from us at the Queen's Park Oval. Victory for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by an innings and 57 runs. We want to say thanks to everybody, all our technical crew, scorer. They've done a fantastic job here over the 3 days. We've had a yesterday in particular with no electricity. It was real problems here at the Queen's Park Oval, but we've managed to go through that, and we've survived. And then, of course, I want to say thanks to my fellow commentator, John Ramsing. He's made it all the way from Guyana. He was coming for 4 days. Now he's only here for 3 days, but we want to wish him well, and we say thanks very much for being part of the broadcast. So until next time, this is Colin Murray saying goodbye from the Queen's Park Oval.